Hi, I'm Deborah Cohen. I'm a history professor here at the university and the director of the Roberta Buffett Institute for Global Affairs. And it is such a pleasure to see you all here. It's really a pleasure to welcome you to our spring symposium, Brave New Futures. Brave New Futures has been our overarching theme all year here at the Buffett, taking up a range of subjects including the environment, global political inequalities, global economic inequalities, political inequalities as well, AI, dissidents, post-war reconstruction, and disinformation. And we chose this theme prompted in part by conversations with our students for whom dystopian realities is what they are steeped in, and many of whom are also extremely keen to be able to imagine a better world to come. So it isn't enough for them to hear over and over again that the old certainties are done and that a new age is dawning or the old age is dead. They want to understand what's going to come next and what they might do to shape it. These conversations put me in mind of a really wonderful book by our colleague, Laura Hein. She writes about a set of youngish Japanese thinkers in the town of Kamakura who in the very dark days of the Second World War set about planning the society that they wanted to live in. They went on to re-envision an astonishing range of institutions, from schools to tax structures, to environmental monitoring systems, to museums. For these Kamakura thinkers, the project was to anchor new democratic practices in everyday life. Everything could be made new. So as the culmination of our year of thinking about futures, we wanted to bring together members of the younger set, the younger generation, who, like Heinz's people, have been at the forefront of thinking about our own moment and what is to be done. We are really thrilled to have such an incredible group with us today. Thank you all for coming. Thank you to Omar Effendim for getting the symposium off to such a smashing start last night. We're really looking forward to your conversations. So before I start the first session, though, I want to thank our truly extraordinary staff at the Buffett Institute, who by the time that this year is done will have put on 120 events. I want to thank in particular our astonishing communications team led by May Malone, as well as all of my fellow directors at the Buffett Institute, Megan Ozorowski, Samantha Nissen, Harrington Weil, Diana Snyder, and our colleagues in the teams they lead, as well as Madeline Williamson, who is my right-hand woman, and our deputy director, Neha Jain, professor at the law school, who is my other right-hand woman, two of them, I'm very lucky. And thank you to our faculty colleagues on the symposium committee, Daniel Immervar, who chairs the committee, Noor Katelli, who you'll soon hear from, and Danielle Gilbert, who have been really significant partners in planning this event and many others. So if I can welcome Noor, Natalia, and Ching to the stage for our first panel, first session on human relationships. And I should say very quickly that at the Buffett, our tradition is not to have long introductions, so because we have a full program, please just consult your program. There'll be very quick introductions just to get us started. Okay, and thank you all for being here. Really looking forward to it.
All right, good morning, everybody. How's everyone doing? Awesome. So I'm delighted to be moderating this panel on human relationships. I thought I would start by just giving you a brief sense of the format. So what we're going to do is I'm going to start by, I'll very briefly introduce our amazing panelists, Ching and Natalia. And then we'll hear some opening remarks, so roughly 5 minutes or so from each of Ching and Natalia in that order. Then I will ask them a few questions, and I'm sure we'll have a hopefully riveting conversation going back and forth. And then we'll make sure to leave plenty of time for you all to ask questions of the panelists. Let me start by just saying a few words about each of Ching and Natalia, and then I'll turn it over to Ching to give her introductory remarks. So we're very fortunate to have both of them. Ching is an independent journalist, has been a journalist for a long period of time. She also runs an highly popular podcast in China that I understand has over 1 million subscribers, which is quite incredible. Natalia is a research scientist at MIT, where she studies all sorts of amazing things like brain-computer interfaces and your brain on ChatGPT. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Ching.
Thank you so much, Noor, for the very kind introduction, and thank you everyone to show up on such a rainy morning. And it's really been a very humble experience to be a part of this wonderful community. So my name is Qing, and I'm a journalist. I see many young faces here today, and I became a journalist at the age of 21, so probably roughly as some of you here today. And so I've been in this journalism for the last 15 years. It has been a very turbulent 15 years, as we all know that journalism is declining or even dying, but it has also been a very meaningful and fruitful 15 years. And so I cover like global stories for Chinese audiences. Most of them are young people living in China who are eager to know about what is going on in the world. And I write about geopolitics, about trade war, about military intervention, and so on. But among other topics I've been writing about, what interests me the most is and has always been people. So in my mind, for the last 15 years, there's only one thing that I've been doing or trying to do, which is to traveling to different part of the world and interviewing people from different backgrounds and trying to find out how they live their lives, what they desire, what they feel, and what is their definition of a good life is. And I'm especially interested in how individual lives are impacted and shaped in the fast-changing times by forces like politics or the course of history. And the people I've interviewed include, for instance, like soldiers on the front line in the Ukraine war, women in refugee camps in the Syrian border, and sometimes it was like elderly people trapped in hospital during the COVID pandemic. And I had a kind of like rough calculation that I probably have interviewed around like 1,000 people in the past decade. And again and again, I've been trying to understand in the most extreme, difficult situations, how do people carry on, and what is that still make them feel like life is worth living. And very often I found the answer has something to do with human relationships. It is the desire, the ability, and sometimes simply the possibility of staying connected to the people around them and to people who matter to them the most. Also, thinking about my own profession, I think the very logic of journalism is deeply rooted in human relationships, which is like the topic we're gonna go deep into later on. The people I interview, allow some sort of a complete stranger like me to step into their lives and to record their stories and to tell their stories to others who care and to me. That is one of the most extraordinary thing human beings do. It's kind of a radical trust, one that feels uniquely human. And sitting here today on the panel with Noor and with Natalia, we're from very different disciplines, both of whom I admire deeply. I am, very aware of, humans, people. We are facing a lot of challenges on different fronts. The risk of, the risk of unregulated AI and the rising sense of dehumanization. And I like to share like 2 key words that have really deeply helped me make sense of human natures and human relationships through the thousands of interviews with everyday concrete individual. And the 2 key words I would put out One is agency, another one is empathy. I think of agency a lot. I think of agency not as an abstract idea of free will, but something that is very concrete, which is the ability to be the author of your own lives. I think everyone I've interviewed had a theory about their own life, even in the most extreme situations. I think that may sound, obvious or a little bit cliche. Of course, everyone has a theory about their own life. But if we look at our reality, in most systems, people are reduced to category. I'm Asian, you are black, low income, high income, women, bisexual. A lot of categories, but when you actually sit in front of a real person, you see something very different. And what touched me the most is that often I see, even at the hardest moment, they don't simply give up. They find ways, however small, however insignificant, they find ways to act, to decide, to navigate, and to move forward. And that to me is agency. But also, I think agency alone is not enough. We also need something else, which is empathy. I see empathy not just as a feeling, but also as a way of thinking and communicating. It's not just I feel you, but it's like I know I probably don't fully understand you, but I am willing to be here for you anyway. And I think real empathy requires us to pause our instinct to categorize, to explain, to conclude. And that is hard because both our minds and our technologies are designed to do the opposite. And I also have come to understand what we're facing now is a global crisis of both agency and empathy. And my last point, I want to come back to one of the questions Deborah posed to all of us, I think all of the participants in the conference today, is that what is the future you hope for? And my answer of that question is actually quite simple. I think I'm hoping for a world where people have the support to be the authors of their own lives, to exercise their agency, and also to have the space to stay open to others they don't fully understand, and to offer each other empathy. Yeah, thank you. I'll stop here.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll turn it over to Natalia next, and then we'll hopefully be in conversation.
Hi, everyone. We're excited to be here. And I guess I'm going to start with personal story I shared briefly yesterday during the dinner. I work, as you know, thank you so much for introduction, on brain-computer interfaces. And I will explain what it is. But when I was 7, my parents got me my first computer. And then 1 year later, Matrix came out. And little Natalia watched it 37 times. My parents hated it absolutely, like forbade me from watching it. But that's when I decided, hey, I want to build it. Not Matrix, but this like upload, download of information. And the rest is history. I have been doing and working on this nonstop. And we came a long, long way in this very emergent technology, right? I often tell to my students that, I know it sounds almost counterintuitive, but LLMs are a thing of the past, right? Actually, yeah, people work on this. There is obviously still trillions of dollars. Like trillion is a new billion, billion is a new million, right? Trillions of dollars are gonna go to waste still. But next thing is of course robotics. We are seeing it, right? But the thing after it will be neural computing, right? This opportunity of maybe communicating without actually opening the mouse, right? And we have done a huge progress here. Like for example, the glasses I'm wearing right now. Well, there's nothing for me to read, so they have my prescription lenses, but on the sides, they can pick up my brain activity. They measure, there's no camera, no microphone in these devices, so they measure literally physiology coming from my brain. And we use these, for example, to allow patients who have very significant health challenges like ALS and others to communicate. But this brings me to the point of how we are not ready, right, to this, for this new next emerging, I would say final frontier of our privacy, actually, right? The thing that is left are your thoughts. And obviously all the VCs, all the big companies are coming for that, right? And it's not surprising, but like, think about it, right? You have LLMs, of course, and you see how much damage they're already, I guess we're going to be touching upon that. But also see how imperfect LLMs are, right? They rely on language. And I would argue, and I'm sorry to all the linguists here, but you might also agree with me, language is one of the most imperfect ways of communication. We suffer when we communicate, we create and do damage, wars, conflicts, irreparable damage, I would say, just by typing some words or saying some words. But around 15% of the whole population cannot even communicate verbally, right? There's so much nonverbal communication, like patients I work with, right? They are in these very advanced stages where no assistive technology actually exists that supports them. Their eye movements do not work. 94% of Americans fully refuse intubation, but their brain is functioning, right? So designing something that can be wearable, that is not an implantable chip that you need to rely on a billionaire's whims to have it, right? It's really empowering. But on the other side, right, how much of potential damage we will do if we're not going to start proactively regulating this space, right? Think about it. Like, today, LLMs finish your prompt, tomorrow it will finish your thought. Do you want Shazam for your brains? No. And look, yeah, but you're laughing, but I'm always giving the students one example because I started with Matrix, let's roll with sci-fi. How many of you have seen Severance, a TV series from Apple TV? Quite a few, right? So for those, almost everyone here in the room, but just for those who haven't, it's a TV series, I'm not gonna spoil you. It's a very specific separation when a person goes in their workspace, they only remember things related to their workspace, and when they actually leave their workspace, they can only remember things related to their personal life. So there's no way for them to remember, are they even married? Do they have children? When they're in the work and when they're home, they have no idea where they're working, just the name of the company because they're getting their paycheck. So I'm always giving this example that even before download of information for Neo, right, now I know Kung Fu, and we will talk about how this is actually very unrealistic to just do that, not from technological perspective, from the perspective that it will actually not do what it does in the movie. Severance example, since 1945, since Second World War, 53 surgeries happen in the United States called corpus callosum. It's a tiny, tiny part of the brain that connects two hemispheres. And surgeries are done to support very, very, very grave stages of epilepsy. So the surgeons actually cut this connection between the two hemispheres. Sounds very dramatic. It's actually not as dramatic. People are able to have a fulfilling life. There's plenty of open access papers if you want to read about it. But what is interesting about corpus callosum is that when a lot of studies on memory are done with these participants, when you show them an eye, to one eye stimuli of an image, for example, a pile of snow, right? I'm from Boston, so I can tell you everything about snow. It was snowing 3 days ago, so yeah, don't tell me about Chicago rain. I will tell you everything about Boston snow. So pile of snow, right? And to the other eye, you will show them a little cute puppy, and then you will show them a red shovel. They will always pick up red shovel if you ask them a question, what do I need to solve a problem that you just saw? But they will never be able to tell what was on that image. It's like as if they haven't seen it. This is what corpus callosum does. So if you were to do Severance in real life, it's obviously not at that level, but it theoretically is much, much closer than we were to imagine. And a lot of these science fictional scenarios, right? People are like, not in my lifetime. We do have so much problems, but we are also really lagging behind to solve and to advocate for advantages of technology that we are building, and at the same time, to really advance that space from legal perspective, right? Because, LLMs were released, surprise, but they were not done overnight. They were not released overnight. And now we are trying to regulate it, right? Hopefully we will, right? In the next 10 years, I guess we're going to be all seeing new lawsuits on damage, right? We saw last week. But the thing is that here we are talking about the final frontier, right? This future, this new modality, which has a lot of opportunities, of course, for a lot of people, also has so much repercussions from technologies we have already seen, right? And we are living through right now. And yeah, I would argue, don't do too much. Like, look at you. I was observing you while Shane was speaking. Several of you looked at your phones, maybe taking notes, right? Your neck is down. On average, for this panel of duration, 1 hour, average human would look at the screen 23 times. First thing most of you see when you wake up is a phone. Last thing you see when you fall asleep is a phone. Even worse, you leave your bed, you go in the morning to your restroom, and you will see smart toilet talking to you. So you have toilet intelligence, AI intelligence, Apple intelligence, Siri intelligence. What is dumb at your home? Maybe it will be you, and most likely it will be you. And I'm sorry about I'm not insulting anyone, but again, some of the research maybe we'll touch upon that we did and doing at the lab, right? Understanding also, at the same time, pushing the frontier of the technology, but also understanding how much these tools are taking from us and how we can give back and give humans control back. And this is all actually back to your two words, right? Agency and empathy. I will add the third one, that not a single technology actually has, and AI will never have it, LMs will never have it, AGI will never have it. It's dignity, human dignity. It's not measurable, which a lot of AI bros try to put it in, cognitive abilities, performance, whatever is your salary and income and which zip code you're living in. No, human dignity stays and should stay and be present even if you have none of those, just by the virtue that you are human. And not a single AI system will ever be able to understand this, right? Because those are just statistical machines. Someone will tell you that there is agency, tells them, research scientists from MIT told you, no agency there, right? It's a statistical prediction machine, and we do need to treat those as such, right? As I always say, paraphrasing Mark Twain, there are 3 types of lies: lies, damn lies, and statistics. So that's just about that.
I don't think Natalia can be accused of not having enough hot takes. So I think we'll have a lot of interesting debate, I'm sure. Let me start with Ching. One of the things that I know that you've done is that you've interviewed a lot of people in all sorts of different difficult moments in their lives, in some cases some of the most difficult moments of their lives. I know that you've done work, as you mentioned, with refugees in Syria and Lebanon. You mentioned also just now talking to elderly people experiencing COVID. I was wondering if you could give us a little bit of a window, a little bit of insight into what has stood out to you from some of those conversations about the ways in which humans are able to reclaim that agency and resilience even in some of the most difficult moments that they've ever encountered.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. And I want to take a little moment to apologize when I was hearing Natalia's note of how often we look at our screen. And when I was having this opening remark, and I was looking at my screen too, because I know we have a tight conference agenda, and I want to be strict to that 5 minutes rule. And I'm not a native speaker, so I want to make sure that all the words I say out there is flawless, is without friction. But then I think somehow hearing her speech made me realize by doing that, I kind of forgot the most important thing by being here today, in this person-to-person occasion, is to connect with people through real interaction. And that's more important than reading out my script. So sorry for that. And I come back to Noor's question. I think what I come to understand is that when we are in our everyday life, when we're in a normal setting, we're in a peaceful morning in this beautiful town, when we just have our normal life going on, we tend to build a system and we tend to rely on system. But being in a lot of extreme situations, in war zone, in conflict zone, or during the COVID pandemic, when everything was heavily locked down, when the routine of everyday life is being disrupted, we can't rely on the system anymore. And often in extreme situations, it is no system, but each other that help us survive in those circumstances. And I was also thinking about Natalia's remark of, we should, also like acknowledge how much technology has enabled us to have the lives we have right now, but it is not without a price. One of the stories I was thinking about was like doing this like in 2022, in the spring of 2022. My podcast, we actually did a series of episodes with the people in the lockdown in Shanghai. And of course, like the COVID pandemic is a global thing. But if you ever had a chance to live through the Chinese style, especially Shanghai style lockdown, you would know that it was no less than a war situation. People were dying, and people were trying to cope, and people were trying to find a way to cope with the authority and just to survive. And Shanghai was an interesting city, and I want to talk about that example. And instead of an example on the Ukrainian war front land, also because I felt Shanghai is probably an example that a lot of us can feel more relatable, because it was and it still is such a modern, normal, advanced city that was built around technology. And the story we did, one of the story we did was about like a bunch of volunteers that were like trying to deliver food to those like elderly people and living in residential building. And in that extreme style lockdown, it was impossible to get out of your own building, and it was impossible to rely on any of the technology that Shanghai was so good for. One of the running joke about like people living in Shanghai is that because the city is so tech savvy, so you have a lot of apps for food delivery and for grocery. For like if you want to have a morning coffee, you press the button, the coffee will be at your doorstep within like 10 minutes or sometimes even 5 minutes. But when the city got into a complete dead lockdown zone, it became so difficult to even like manage a everyday life, and therefore not to say fancy services, but just like everyday like water, fresh veggie, and medication has been a big problem. So the technology that once gave the city such such a good energy, gave the city a lot of hope and prosperity, became the curse of the city. We surprisingly found out a lot of the people who live in Shanghai, working in fancy office building, didn't even have a freezer at home, because they were feeling so safe with everything the city was providing to them that they didn't feel the need of spare some space in their home to have a freezer. And therefore, in that very difficult few months, the whole group of people who once really relied on technology or the advantage that technology provided to them had to start rethinking about their life. And so the group of volunteers we interviewed were helping to bring staff from basically outside of a residential compound to the doorstep of the residential building where those elderly people were living in. And it was roughly 1 kilometer in distance, so bringing the staff from outside of the compound to inside the compound. But it was a gap that you used to be filled with all the advanced technology, but in that space, it can only be done by people and by human. And so what I become to realize is that Nowadays we are in 2026, and we look back, 2020, 2022, we feel like the 3 years of COVID pandemic as something that already felt quite far away and remote, but it's actually not that far away. And that kind of like disruption is happening and will be happening all the time, looking at what is happening in Iran, in Gaza, in Ukraine, and look at what is happening in a lot of even like domestic setting. I feel it is important to reclaim that that significance of the disruption is not exceptional, and also the connection we build with within human, we build with the human relationships is very valuable, and not just in exceptional situation.
Thank you, Ching. I mean, a couple of things stood out to me in your response, and I think one of them really connects nicely to some of Natalia's work. First, I mean, this notion of human ingenuity and creativity, right? So, solving problems on the fly when things arise that we may not have the technological solutions for. So humans' ability to come together and solve problems, I think, is one of the things that has made us such a dominant animal in the social kingdom, or, dominant animal in the Animal Kingdom. There you go. Thank you. I could have used Siri for that one. But the other thing that I think was interesting, Ching, in what you described was this notion of dependence. I was struck by your point about how people no longer had fridges at home or freezers at home. Sort of this notion of outsourcing. And Natalia, I know that in a lot of your work, you've actually looked at the ways in which we can sometimes actually cognitively outsource our human abilities to machines. So I was wondering if you might speak a little bit to some of your work that has provided an empirical lens on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first of all, it's actually a perfect segue, and you are totally fine to have used technology as you use, because first of all, you have, and this is the, beauty and the curse. You had a really goal, I need to stay on time, because like we can go super off, right? Very punctual use, and we are doing this, right? Like, we are, as humans, excellent in creating these tools. And guess what? These tools make our life expectancy very long. We have never lived longer than, 2026 as of now. So this punctual use, effectively, right? When you are in full control, yeah, most likely it will save you some time, some effort, some money, keep you on time. Like, without technology, I would not even be here. How am I gonna get from Boston to Chicago walking? No. But you know what I enjoyed? It's because it's under 3-hour flight, it's a tiny plane, no screens in front of me. Oh, I love that. I always turn them off, but I love the song. I'm like, oh, so good, right? I was like actually able to see who's around me, what's happening, like really reconnecting part. But what actually we researched is, of course, when this becomes constant use, right? Because it's also, from neuroscientific perspective, our brains love shortcuts. So it worked once, it will work more and more and more, right? So the paper we published, it's a series actually of studies. We released first ones, there will be more coming out. And we talked about doing a very specific study, actually, with students on MIT, Harvard, Wellesley, other campuses in Boston and greater Boston area. We asked them, to write an essay, super specific task we still as humans are capable more or less to do, like, right? Maybe a couple years it's gonna be gone as a ability, but for now, yes. So very specific task, and we asked them to write it either using ChatGPT or Google, old school Google, without the summarization on the top. And surprise, surprise, you can still turn it off. You just type -AI and you will not have it on top, right? So OG, Google, and then using their brain, right? Just no tools. And we looked, obviously, in a lot of things. I've analyzed, it's a 206 pages paper, so it's a pretty long read. But we looked, of course, in the brain. What happens with the brain, right? And we saw that brain-only group, so to say, right? Their brains were really on fire. And that was not surprising. Imagine I'm going to tell you, okay, you now get out your notepads and you write everything about this session so far. You're going to be like, what were the names of the speakers? How is this spelled? What is the name of the session? Because we didn't even mention that. What's happening? You're gonna be on fire. Even if you're a professional writer, right, a journalist, a writer, you're still gonna be actually really on it. So it's such widespread network connectivity, right, in the brain. Google also showed quite some, right, because we asked them to use this old school way of doing things, where you would open tabs, right? You have a lot of processing of information, processing of irrelevant information, by the way, super important. So you need to incorporate that. So we see a lot of activations in the back of the head, which is called visual occipital area. And this is also in line with some prior research. But ChatGPT group, that was like TikTok and fentanyl having a baby. And you're joking, everyone thinks it's a cheesy, no, because I actually do research on social media, as you can imagine, and I actually did work with people who have drug addiction. So it's actually very similar. It's funny, but like not funny, because it is actually very similar. And yeah, we were watching that, right? And again, but the challenge is in not just, because some people are like, oh, brain restructured itself, it scaffolds. I'm like, till 2022, we use the word scaffolding only in construction, to the best of my knowledge. Like, and now everything is scaffolding. We need to delve into everything and scaffold our way out. You know, I call Sam scaffolding because, like, I just cannot. Like, it's Team Apple's Sam scaffolding. But regardless, right? It's damaging, right? But the problem is also what was written, right? Because we're like, okay, maybe, no, neuroplasticity is a thing, of course. Neuroscientists know that. People couldn't cite what they wrote 60 seconds after they gave their essays. And when we asked them what is the percentage of ownership towards what they produced, 16% said, hey, don't feel any ownership in ChatGPT group. So if you forget about our limited, small sample study on campus with students, think about it. You do not remember, you do not really care, because for me, well, ownership is caring. And then imagine this is a person who is piloting my plane. I don't want to be in that plane. Or this is a person sitting in front of me in the doctor's office, or the doctor telling me something. I don't want that doctor. And we see more and more studies, right, specifically about medical professionals using ChatGPT for 3 months. This was published last August in Lancet Gastroenterology. And by the way, if you're interested in these references, I'm happy to supply all of those. This is all published work. So they used ChatGPT for 3 months, and they had much harder time afterwards to identify images, scanning for colon cancer images, so medical imagery. So 3 months. So our study 4 months, their study 3 months, because people are like, no, but we don't have enough time. How much time do we actually need, right? Social media, 10 years, right? Australia bans it. Not a single paper on the surface of this earth tells that social media is good. Was the premise maybe originally good to connect people? Yeah, but what happened with that premise? We didn't regulate. It's hell, right? They're suing, and hopefully they're gonna get sued in oblivion, but obviously that's not gonna happen. But how much more damage, how much more time next 10 years, I'm gonna be on a witness stand telling about what we found 10 years ago, right? No one wants that, right? And so I think it's very important to understand that we don't need to wait to understand that there is really dire need to understand that there is offloading happening, there is over-reliance happening, it's in our nature, the tool is designed in this way, but it's also in our power to put it under control. Some spaces it should not be used altogether, some spaces it might be very welcome to use. And there is, again, so much more research, and we do need to really, really understand that this is a tool, it comes very well, as you said also, as any other tool, it comes with a cost. But there is, as we call it, like cognitive debt, but there is no cognitive credit card. You cannot pay it back. If you haven't built an expertise level, LLM will never get you expertise level. You don't have expertise level. Where it's gonna grow in your head? No. Uploading the knowledge without, remember, like back to my original matrix example, uploading knowledge, actually, we can do some of that already. There's plenty of interesting research in BCI, which I'm very happy to talk about maybe off the panel because we'll be out of time. It's like a 5-hour conversation. But we can actually upload already some of the information. But if you haven't experienced it, like, now I know Kung Fu, your muscles didn't work, that is not gonna actually work really good. It's gonna do something, but not really what you would hoped for, right? As in the movie, and so on and so forth, right? But what is, I think, the most critical, and I'm finishing on this point, is, of course, homogenization. it's all average everywhere all at once in the outputs. And it does, I believe, erase a lot of this human connection and human, real individual points that we saw yesterday evening and today that we are talking about.
Well, I have so many more things that I'm personally curious to ask Jing and Natalia, but I also want to make sure that we leave plenty of time for all of your questions. So maybe what we'll do now is we will have mics sort of going around the room. If you could just briefly introduce yourself, maybe we can start with Daniel.
Hi, I'm Daniel Immervar. I'm a history professor here. Xing, when you started talking, I heard you say something which I believe, which is that, the importance of connecting across gaps, knowing people's experience, knowing their feelings, having access to what's going on in their heads. And then Natalia, when you started speaking, you said something which I also believe, which is that the creepiest things that are about to happen involve overly intimate access into our heads. And then what I also heard you say was that as we sort of broach that frontier, we realize that we're not encountering subjects, but brains, which are weird, and actually don't have the kind of coherence that we might have supposed. And also, as we sort of via technology sort of intrude deeper into our own skulls, we may find that access to people's thoughts not only doesn't produce a coherent subject, but doesn't even produce like narratives that the subjects will own, like people become alienated from their own stories. And I think both of those things. So I have the journalistic urge for deeper knowledge, and I feel like human dignity comes with knowing people better. But Natalia, I also see exactly what you're saying, which is that in some ways we are robbing people of their dignity by knowing them too well. So I'm wondering if we could somehow speak to that tension.
Yeah, I think actually that tension does exist, and I will just speak from like my own experience. And actually, during the prep call, we were talking about one of the articles we were both reading, which is an investigative report from New Yorker about the story behind OpenAI and Sam Altman, and then we were both kind of caught in that, that dilemma of, this is a person that is so powerful right now, designing basically how our the mental world is going to look like how the mental space of a whole generation is going to operate. But these people are like deeply broken human beings. If you look at how Sam has been dealing with his former coworkers, his investors, and his advisors, and he is like deeply a broken human being, and is considered or is being described by a lot of his peers as sociopath. And so I felt there is definitely a tension in both, our desire as human to get to know each other deeper and deeper, and there is also a limit in what our brain can do, but also there is also a structural disconnection in how the technology is trying to bridge the two, but actually didn't manage to do so. I will stop here.
Yeah, super quickly to build on that, right? I would argue that we actually already live in this, full encompassing, understanding and monitoring and surveillance state, right, of what a person thinks. Like, think about it. I would argue we are not in 2026 right now. We are in 1984, and Brave New World is almost happening, and Black Mirror is mostly happening, right? Because each of the things you're doing on your phone, it is actually not you who are in control. It's the algorithm of these apps, right? Your hesitance when you're scrolling, just that millisecond, nanosecond of you not moving fast enough from that specific tagline, that's enough to serve you much more. And we see where our elections go and everything else, right? Obviously, Jing can say much more about that. But ultimately, right, the thing what I'm really trying to push is that, we have our brains are very ancient, right? But we moved from hunting, woolly mammoths. Well, now we're trying to resurrect them. Okay, I guess to hunt them again. I'm not sure what we are trying to do there. A new trend, longevity, because Silicon Valley is afraid of dying, right? I guess you as a historian has a lot of things to say about that. But back to the point, now we are in need to hunt for another dopamine hit, right, on all these emails. What I'm going to say is next thing is super cheesy, but I always say it. Two kinds of people call their people users: drug dealers and CEOs. That's it. Users. Everyone else, it's like humans. But back to that point, right? You are where technology wants you to put, as companies want you to be, and there's really very few of cognitive sovereignties that is left, right? I was recently on the call and someone said, "Can we activate a note taker, please?" And again, it's not where there was a need for that, by the way. Everyone was up to it and stuff. I'm like, when there would be a need for that as, again, assistive, supportive tool, that's great. But what we have been doing again in November 2022 when we didn't have those note-taking AI tools, right? And again, from cognitive sovereignty, going back in cognitive slavery, right? Like, again, I was talking to Deborah and others, like, guys, for like historians, for me, it's like, I think it's the most depressing because you are seeing things in cycles and how we humans learn exactly nothing, right? And just repeats and repeats and repeats itself. So I really hope that we're not going to be in 5 years in Idiocracy movie, which is documentary, in my personal opinion. But the problem is that this absence of urgency and piling people on top of these notifications actually solving these big issues that we have and learning nothing from these previous waves. I think this is where it is really, really problematic, right? Because relationships, human relationships, get fully fractured. Like, people were dying because they didn't have freezers and they couldn't ask for help, right? But then think about it, we are connected less. Thanks to Mark, we apparently in the US only have 2.5 friends. Thanks to whom? Thanks to Facebook and to Mark, right? We have less sex, right? I talked to Neil deGrasse Tyson recently. I think we are in humanity's last fuck, literally. Yeah, sorry, it's super crude, but we literally do not connect at any level anymore. We are like in this silos, right? It's like, from American Psycho to American Sycophant. And the problem is that it is gonna get worse, right? And I feel like we don't deal with that at all.
I have a question over here. You have a question?
I see a few hands. Yeah.
Sorry, hi. I'm Sarah, I'm an undergrad, I'm a senior. I'm very tired about thinking about my own future, to be honest. And as I'm about to head off to class, I actually wanted to ask, kind of in your ideal world, Natalia, how would you want students to be using AI? Should I just completely not use it ever? I'm just so I feel like I have to ask.
I love that you're going to class. Please go to class. Take notes with pen and pencil and writing if you can, or at least typing, right? 5 types of memory activated when you actually write notes, only 3 when you're typing them. Neuroscientist here speaking. But seriously, I would fully prohibit use of LLMs. And again, very big difference between AI and LLMs also. We didn't touch upon that, but it's a huge difference, by the way. I would fully prohibit use of LLMs in educational space. That's not what you are paying your whatever, $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 first thing, right? Here, right? More, like this is crazy amount, right? And not for Sam to tell you what you need to think on average, blah, blah. There is nothing novel there, nothing interesting there. This homogenization will serve you exactly nothing, right? And again, only human cares about other humans. Only human can elevate other human, right? And only ultimately human can destroy other human. And for us to prevent this from happening, we need to be very, very, very cautious on how we use it, right? I would recommend not use it, right? Hey, do you really need it for maybe language, you're learning a new language, you found the use case, okay. But if it's just, oh, the class allows me to use it, let me use it without you being in need of using it, don't do that. And of course, if you were to use it, I always tell hey, can you pick up options that are privacy first? There is a ton of, offline solutions where your data is not being sucked in, right? Do that, right? Do not give for free rampants of your data, because guess what happened? Whole internet was sucked in, and now everyone is running after your data that you can generate in your brain, in your searches, like what is the next thing, right? So at least don't do that, right? So there's a lot of things I want to stop for preserving time, but yeah, happy to chat further about it.
Hi, I'm Anzelka Djokic. I'm from Belgrade, Serbia, and I'm a co-founder of Innovative Women of Serbia. And also I work in IT sales, so I sold my soul to the devil. But anyway, I wanted to ask both of you, since you have so much experience and so you did a lot of research. Did you maybe notice different reactions to this tech domination of our thinking space in different cultures? So did you maybe did some research on in that field? Did you notice differences? Because on one hand we have same brain structure, but on the other hand every person is kind of formed by its habitus and and our culture. So there are some differences there. So I was interested in your thoughts on it.
Okay, I can start. I'm not from a brand sense perspective, but speaking from the different cultural, I was born and raised in China, and I've spent the last 10 to 15 years outside China, and so I do have noticed the difference in adopting new technology in China and elsewhere in the world. Mostly I'm talking about the US and Europe. And I think just a few weeks ago, there was a photo that has been widely circulated on the internet, which is on the street of Shenzhen, which is like the tech hub of China. And the tech giant called Tencent, who is now also developing its own AI tool, was having a whole day of helping elderly install OpenClaw on their phone, on their computer. And so that photo was kind of like shocking, because like you do see a lot of people with silver hair and waiting to get help to install OpenClaw. And you will wonder, what do they do with OpenClaw? Like they are gonna get some, medical advice or something. But it was just so popular. And also in my recent visit to China, I noticed that ordinary Chinese people do seem to have a higher or let's say non-critical reception of different kinds of AI tool. And I think that probably has something to do with the perception of technological advancement in China. And I think in the Chinese context, it is like technology is still very much associated with progress. And progress means economic growth, and means maybe the lifestyle is more convenient, and means that the society as a whole would advance. While I think in the U.S. and Europe, I'm largely generalizing here. Europe and the U.S. is also, of course, very different. But I think in the comparative sense, the technological advancement has caused like different concerns in the, let's say, Western context and in China. And I think just yesterday I was in a call with an official from the National Health Committee in China. They were like kind of designing the strategy for the country's mental health support system. As a lot of people have noticed that the suicidal rate for youth has been very high in China, and also for the elderly people. And so the ministry, the Ministry of Health has been thinking about how to tackle those challenges, and lack of healthcare worker has been an issue, and so they are now looking into what can AI do in that sense. And because like China has notably has like higher, reception of the new technology for various reasons. So the ministry is thinking of, instead of taking that as a challenge, can this be an opportunity as well? Can the health worker in China, be can that be outsourced to AI at the near future? And it's not the reality yet, but I was kind of surprised to learn about that from the policy making perspective, that they actually see AI more as an opportunity than a challenge.
Super quickly to add to that, I guess a quick response will be formal, right? Fear of missing out, to your question. And, because so much, again, trillions, were invested and will continue to be invested. So there is a real fear, right? Because you cannot say that you were wrong, right? This is, human heroes for some of those, right, people. But ultimately, the challenge here is that people are burning out, right? Because I joked, right, on yesterday during dinner, I feel like people who in AI, like we haven't slept since December 2022. And I feel like now no one sleeps for all different reasons, right? But how much now this expectation of you need to do more because you have claw and you have another crustacean, you have a crab, you have something like lobster, like me coming from Boston, right? But all of that, right? Additionally, people are burning out for real, right? You need to do now more because you expect it, and it's all this slope. Like, why do I need to spend my human energy, my human brain, reading something that not a single human actually invested in, right? So you need to also have your worth and worth of your time, and also back to the governments, right? No taxation without representation. Like, whatever was it, Albania tried to do an AI minister running on what? On ChatGPT, on OpenAI? I'm sorry, what? Yeah, right? Like, and you can continue. But on the other side, we were on the call, we talked about, I talked to my student who is now back in Japan. She did her master's thesis with me at MIT. And I asked, how is AI, how is LLMs in Japan? And she told me, well, we use ChatGPT. And I'm like, do you have a local version of it? And she's like, no. And it's also this preserving of culture. You mentioned, we are molded by our cultures, by imperfection of our language, by accent, right, recipes, but it's all being homogenized to Western, to English, main English first, right? They don't have it in, like, at least I was reading some of the articles people are screenshotting in Chinese media about our work. People are like, yeah, it's because the study was not using ChatGPT but DeepSeek. So it's super funny. I was like, yeah, totally. That's solved, DeepSeek solved everything. But back to that funny, not funny point, right? Some countries are almost left behind in that sense, and they need to fend for themselves, right? And this is so bad also, right? Because what's happening? What will be next one? And I can tell you what will be next one, right? It's obviously very strong, but think about it. The amount AGI will happen, right? It's not, according to Jensen, it already happened. Like, no, it did not. Like, yeah, let's be honest, he needs to sell more GPUs. But seriously speaking, AGI will happen. But the moment it will happen, right, most of governments will fully fall. We need to understand that, right? You will be at the mercy of 2 or 3, at 3 at best, companies who will own the tech. And that's just going to be that, right? And let that sink in.
On that happy note, I think we should take perhaps one final question, I think is what we might have time for. I'm not going to be the one to choose because there's just too many options.
Thank you. My name is Nina Weeda. I'm the director of Chicago Field Studies here at Northwestern. And the advice you just gave to that student is what I tell my students. And my students tell me, you are asking us to do something that's contrary to human nature. Humans are tempted by convenience. You are asking us to do more work, to turn down convenient tools, to spend more time, to sleep less, and do work that others do not do. We're not going to do that. Any thoughts on what I can respond, how I can motivate them to do the hard, to choose the hard path?
Oh, you can tell them one, because we are out of time. You can tell them one thing, right? Oh yeah, they don't want to use their human intelligence. Yeah, sure, use artificial. Artificial will suffice. Just ask Sam or Mark. But seriously speaking, right, yeah, you do need to do more work, because guess who's gonna survive and gonna prevail? We're not gonna be able to build any of these, mentioned renaissance of human, type 2 civilization. You think AI will do it for us? It doesn't care about us. AGI will not care about us. So yeah, you do need to do more work, and it is counterproductive, but that's how we are all collectively here, because we did what was hard. And sometimes hard things are very, very hard, not easy, right? And you do need to understand that other than that, someone else will always be in control and telling you what to think, what to do, what to buy, and what to vote. And do you want to be that? No. And final point on that one, right? And take it as you see. But I was preparing my visit to Atlanta for a conference, and there was a renewed, Martin Luther King Museum, and I was like, yeah, let me go there. The ticket is almost $50. I'm French. The ticket to Museum of French Revolution is $0. And we have functioning guillotines there, right? Back to the point, right, that we learned some things through, right? And we do not want those to repeat. But you do sometimes need to do very, very hard decisions, right? And we do need to be challenged as humans, right? It's actually also in our nature to be challenged, because you think that you're spending less. It's even actually also tons of research. I can send papers to your students, to you, so you can share with students. It's also a fallacy of thinking that you spend less time. Actually, you spend in 20 to 30% more time. And I know that we are out of time, but there's also a lot of super, super wrong things, right? But ultimately, right, the only human brain can prevail, but you do need to use it.
Well, let me just conclude by offering our amazing speakers one more round of applause. Thank you both so much for a great conversation.
So we will call the second panel, which is about new media, up to the stage.
I'm Jeremy Gilbert. I'm a faculty member at Medill and do work with the Buffett Center. And I have the distinct honor of introducing our panelists for the new media session. Allison Yang, next to me, is the founder and CEO of Reality Reload, which is a gaming company that is not making news games, but makes informational games that sometimes collaborates with news. And Shuwei Fang, who is a fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School's Shorenstein Center on Media Politics and Public Policy. One thing that sort of unites these panelists is that they both have at various times worked as journalists, but also believe strongly in the power of games as a storytelling device and a way to think differently. And one thing that I really love about the title of our session, about the title of New Media, is that new media itself is constantly evolving. And the two of you, I would say, have the really unenviable job of forecasting. We can look at what is happening right now, the moment that we're in, and also look forward and say, what might that mean? And when we talk about a brave new world, and when we talk about new media, what should we mean? Allison.
That's a very difficult question. But I can contribute on that because I do wear many hats. Like I was a journalist, I did curation, I taught, and then now I'm focusing on producing video games, 100%. What I see new media, because I've been working for 20 years, and new media, the content or the definition of it changes all the time. It usually arrives at you with a new visual or new technology. And usually younger people are very enthusiastic about it, and middle-aged people are trying to catch up. But over the past 20 years, we've seen like in games, VR, metaverse, crypto, and right now AI. What I realize is the technology is important and the content is too, but usually what matters more and catching up really fast with that is the entire ecology. Like with new media arrives, whatever that media or technology is, the ecology changes, new actors enter the room, and they want to bring their own resources, but also agenda. And when we were having that dark session, I was sitting there, and I remember this line in Catch Me If You Can,
the Steven Spielberg movie, when every time DiCaprio tries or his father tries to steal something, they will show you this shining necklace. And so your attention is grabbed elsewhere, and then something else, usually is dark or meaningful, is happening behind the scene. So as now I want to be in game, it's because we play all the time. I think everyone in this room play video game or just silly word games, stupid pranks. But somewhere in the past 30, 40 years, we collectively decided to outsource that right or the decision to design and play game to the entire entertainment industry. And unfortunately, most of the industry is very, very money oriented. So it inevitably directed the products and the play as a culture to one direction. But as we all play, so we actually could regain or get back that power to design together, to design a better game and a well-played game by everyone else. That's why I'm in this.
So thank you, Jeremy, for that introduction, but I should just correct the record in that I've never actually been a journalist myself, unless you count like a 3-month stint as a student reporter many, many years ago. I actually spent the majority of my career investing in technology, media, and telecoms to enable the better flow of information to users. And for the last year, I've sort of been looking at, the economics of the AI-mediated information ecosystem. And I think to answer your question, I want to kind of throw back a question at the room, which is really, why should we assume that the state of journalism, media, and information is the best it's ever been? Like, why should we assume that users right now, or people, to not use that term, are the most informed and understand the most about their world right now? I think we're at a really pivotal moment. And if you look back at the arc of history, every information revolution, from the invention of writing to the invention of Gutenberg to the invention of mobile and internet and radio, has enabled greater participation and access to information. And I think the thing that we might be doing right now, the mistake that we're making, is that we're conflating the saturation of content artifacts with what we perceive to be a maximal understanding. And I think we're at this point where we can change things. And so we had a really, really dark session to begin with about the risks that are enabled and, some of the future, potentially terrible outcomes. So I think this conversation, is a great one to sort of talk about and examine, well, what can we do to change that now? Because I think that the window that we have to be able to build the necessary infrastructures for this new market is very, very short. And if we want to do something about it, we have to do it right now.
So, looking way back when we first started talking about new media, say in the late 1990s, in 1999, Nieman Report was already writing about how imperiled media was. Shui, you talked about, or you wrote about, a death spiral for media in the middle, to just take us back to the darkest place I could possibly imagine. And you talked about a sort of barbell where artificial intelligence and other automation enables one end of the barbell to be sort of low quality, low cost, and the other to be really high quality. What should publishers be doing? Is this barbell inevitable? Is it desirable? And if it's not, how do we escape it?
That's a really interesting question. And I think, just to make one small point, the sort of commodity end of the barbell is not necessarily bad quality. So what happens with AI and the current production paradigm of publishing is that it collapses the cost of production. So the individual units of content become economically unviable. So what happens to the market for information is it separates into this barbell effect. And we've seen this happen in other sectors like retail and aviation and other things, with the sort of premium content producers on one end, the sort of the New York Times, the sort of very differentiated substackers making huge margins based on differentiation, loyalty, user relationships, and so on. On the other end, it's more sort of the organizations massively operating at scale, like the Bloomberg and the Reuters, that are able to survive in this paradigm. Everything else in the middle, so sort of the general news, basically secondary sourcing on news wires, is not able to compete and collapses. So I think what should publishers do really depends, and it depends on whether you're a legacy publisher and which end of the barbell you occupy. And that's more of a sort of tactical positioning thing. And I think it's an interesting sort of question to be asked in a panel about brave new futures. What should current publishers do? I think we have a tendency to confuse what publisher strategies, what counts as a sensible publishing strategy for a current traditional media publisher with what's good for the ecosystem. So I think, essentially there's a temptation for publishers who sort of are on the premium end to retreat into being more premium to serve their elite customers even better. So for the New York Times, okay, we'll serve our well-educated, wealthy readers even better and close ourselves off from the ecosystem. Well, I think that's sensible for them, but for the rest of the ecosystem, it's not so great.
Alison, your company describes gaming as a way of debugging reality, which I really love. How might that approach to gaming help us understand the future of media and where people get the information that they might need?
Following up on what Shui said, let's say there are different tiers of information overflow. One is for really elite, smart, rich people or relatively rich people, and the others are users, audience of TikToks or pirated Netflix that you don't have to pay that much, but you can still watch. What I think game can do is to catch that audience base, but feed them something from the more premium package of information. Why do I say that is because I grew up in the 90s. When we grew up, the games were made by really smart people, not as, now we still have smart people making games, but the percentage is not as high. They, so back then, games were developed, of course, by genius programmers, but you have academics. Like I played games about Egyptian, like I run the Egyptian villages. It's a city builder simulation game, but it was made by people who studied Egyptianologies or museum studies or archaeologies, and then you have war veterans designing war strategy games. So when I played that game as like 9, 10, 11, 12-year-old girl in China who's never been out of my provinces, I learned so much simply because I have to learn, otherwise I wouldn't understand that simulated world. And I think a lot of games are stopping to do that because they find easier ways to make profits. And they find, if you're using the drag user analogy, it finds a way to get into weak point of human psychology. But it doesn't mean everyone has to follow. I think a lot of I'm from journalism, a lot of journalistic skill sets could easily be transferred because they don't have the means or the will to code. Coding is boring, comparing to collecting and writing stories, but they have writing and collecting stories. Connecting with human is an essential skill not everyone has. Someone has talent, but most of us has to learn and practice. And that would be a lost skill, especially in the tech world or the computer game world. There should be someone or a lot of people who can bridge that point. And we can still make the more important, like serious information could be fun too. We just made this arbitrary gap, like this is boring but serious, this is really fun but stupid. It doesn't have to be. You can learn all the time. You can be the really playful but also smart person. I think that's the opportunity and we have to take it now. Otherwise we will be immersed in games I showed you, like how to be really rich in like 24 hours play to get so much money and sleep with so many women. And you get satisfied immediately, but what then?
To what degree do some of these new tools, like large language models, potentially enable people to make smart people make smarter and more interesting games if coding is not a barrier to production? Does that change things? Does it change things in a positive way?
For games, sadly, not really. Like in our production team, AI is most useful in coding. And now I'm also a business person. I want to be so greedy that I can use AI to save the cost, but it's so stupid. And we are making this visa application game. We have journalists on our teams who collected so many stories, and they have data research too. And we're trying to test with LLM, like if we have all of these things, could you do a branch out, like almost like a universe of storylet? That's the basic unit in the narrative game. And as a player, you can just go in and play yourself and choose whatever you choose. And then there's a consequence happening after based on our interviews and data collections. AI couldn't do that, but it pretends it can. It always does that. It's oh, this is the beginning, and then this is the end. Like you arrive in America, you get a green card, but what happens in between? That's most people's suffering and journey. It says, oh, I forgot the between. Here's the between, and then there's a block of information called between. There's a lot of suffering like this, and then green card. So it and right now we have this gaming, ironically, is one of the industry that is not easily fooled by AI because developers have been dealing with artificial intelligence for years, maybe not LLM. Like all the villains, the bosses in games are AI. All the NPCs are AI. And that's why people are not easily like amazed, like, wow, this is what it could change for us. People are amazed by, wow, how this is how we can trick people to give us money to make other things. So that's the discrepancy right there.
Shui, when we're talking about artificial intelligence, whether we've been talking about journalism or we've been talking about gaming, we're almost completely talking about the supply side. How do we use large language models, transformer systems to create more supply? When we think about the future of media is equal parts what is supplied and what is demanded. What should we be thinking about from the demand side? And is it possible that changes on the demand side will actually usher in more of the future than changes on the supply side?
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of the current conversation about AI and the information economy is loud, it's frightened, and it's almost entirely about supply. And that's for one particular reason. And that is because the conversation has been led by people who are on the supply side, by the journalists and the producers of knowledge who write the stories. And of course, this is an entirely understandable position to be in. But I think one thing that's fundamental that we're sort of missing from the conversation is that AI really is a demand-side shock and arguably a demand-side expansion. And I think this is true for two reasons. And firstly, the first reason is that there's a new type of consumer in the room, and we can argue about whether or not AI is a functional consumer or not, but essentially it processes information on your behalf. So when you ask an AI a question, it's essentially processed tons and tons of information and knowledge and synthesized that for you. So it has become primarily the first audience in a chain, which essentially represents a new type of demand entirely. The other thing that the AI sort of enables as a demand-side expansion is that the sort of micro niches of information demand that you had always needed to know but could never be addressed through sort of very unspecific content formats can now be addressable. So can you imagine trying to Google something like, how do I buy a house if my partner disagrees and I don't really know about their tolerance to risk and I'm really not sure about the marriage anyway? Like there is no specific article for that, but using a sort of conversational technique, despite the many risks and whatever about that, you know, that demand is now addressable. So I think, you know, there is this new demand that's being created. Talking about that side of things and how to address that safely and responsibly and to be able to usher in essentially more understanding and transformatively, radically transformative, societally beneficial outcomes, I think that's where the Brave New Futures conversation is about. If we focus on supply, what we risk is doing is having a defensive argument about the current paradigm. And that's about defending, talking about threats to current business models, talking about, IP theft. All of these are completely valid, but that also means that we're missing the other side of the coin. And I think the regulation question about how to sort of essentially regulate for this new technology, that's become rooted in the supply side too. How do we ensure fair compensation? How do we ensure fair attribution? That is totally fair and necessary, but we risk also missing conversations on how to sort of potentially protect us from the harms that this new type of paradigm on the demand side will enable to.
If I may, I want to catch up on that. It's while shitting on AI, it could be a good thing in a way.
Did you say shitting on AI?
Oh, well, on attacking AI. Sorry. It could serve as a wake-up call. Like legacy media is what it is today for a reason. Without AI, it would also be here sometime in the future. It just maybe the AI revolution or whatever it is escalated at speed. I was in the newsroom. I was in a newsroom that's very elite, but also I was in another newsroom that's like almost paparazzi level, but very, very convincing. And what happened is every time there's something new, AI, game, VR, whatever comes in, people's mindset is always we have to have a digital twin of what we're having now. So the social media manager, the community manager of a newsroom is like affiliated to this newsroom. They're not treated at the very beginning of decision making or content creation. So they can always using scraps of what's already made and port it to a platform of audience who are not in need of this information or information format. Therefore, you both spend the money but miss the opportunity. And all the idea I had trying so hard to push it in the newsrooms for 3 years. I saw this genius idea, like when people want to understand what geopolitics is going on for like during COVID, we can do like airline tycoon simulation. Like you have to manage something like United Airways or Cathay Pacific. At the beginning of the year when you're allocating budget and then you see how your plan doesn't work because war happened, lockdown happened, tariff war happened, so everything doesn't go with your plan. But in that way, the players need to understand and learn how this economy works, how geopolitics is connected, and it affects business and everyone's life. But it's vetoed in the newsroom 3 times because that's too much effort and it defeats the purpose of giving direct information that's very accurate. Like simulation in a way gives the audience too much freedom. They can alienating themselves from the real history. But if you treat it, you're making a game, why don't you make it in a game way? Like there should be more respect to other artist craftsmanship so that you can, I think being humble is something we should learn from both side journalism to game to journalism, because you are trying to penetrate into other people's discipline or domain. You are just trying to be there, still like delivering information. I'm a gaming enthusiastic, so I tend to talk very long, but to following what you were saying is because of AI and other entertainment form, you can see people do need information, but they don't want all the way of transferring it. I think this is a crucial moment, but it can be a really rare opportunity window we should catch now.
I think often when we talk about media, and especially journalism and news, we talk about it as a societal value rather than an economic value. But I think one thing that you're hearing is that the future of media is going to be very shaped by how much the audience and investors potentially value storytelling economically. Allison, one thing I know you've thought deeply about is the value of handmade games, or the perceived handmade games, from the value investors potentially ascribe to production improvements, often from AI. How do you balance those two values? Investors saying, we want more efficiency and scale, and maybe consumers saying, we want something that feels artisanal.
I can use someone else as an example, because it's cheaper for me to do that. I have friends both in China and America. For the past 3 or 4 years, they're all mid-level to higher level, like executives or managers of game studios. They either left their post or they were fired. And the next thing they almost always do is start their own studio, and they're telling the investors, we're making an AI game. It could be like in some part of the game, you have to convince a AI character that you love her, she has to marry you, or to like reduce the cost by hiring less programmers and more AI agent. But in reality, they only do that as like 1% of the cost. What they still want to do, because game is, people who make games love games, is still somewhere in between business and creative. And they want to, for most of the time, use whatever resources they can still do a good game. And then there are the similar ways done by bad actors too. Like during COVID, I was in Shanghai and Hong Kong. I don't know about the US. Like Metaverse was huge. Like every game is a Metaverse game or a crypto game. And I was asked to be the face, like the CEO of several Metaverse game company. And they were very honest because I'm the CEO. I will be. They told me all I have to do is list my name on that and find an artist to generate some kind of like pixel art and put on the website. That's the game itself. There's nothing, but by that, they can already get millions of investment. I don't know where do they spend, I wasn't the CEO, I didn't take that role, but they got it. I don't know how they spend that money, but if we can be practical, if we couldn't change the investor's mindset, we can do like the gaming or creative Robin Hood of this age. I hope I didn't get myself into legal trouble because it's someone else's story, but it happens every day right now.
I think, aside from, incredibly brilliant storytelling and narratives that will survive in the age of AI because they're sort of unique and interesting and beautifully crafted, I think a lot of the value that is displaced when AI commoditizes the majority of content probably flows to processes. And in a journalistic sense, I think these in an AI-mediated information ecosystem are entirely much more valuable than the sort of content containers that sort of housed these processes. So what do I mean by journalistic processes? So truth-seeking, fact-checking, some level of accountability. There are, when you read an article in any sort of new, like, I guess, quality news source today, it's gone through 20 steps of verification, fact-checking, sourcing, and everything else. I think it's entirely possible, and we're seeing a lot of startups that are productizing these processes. So editorial algorithms, infrastructure protocols that are essentially capturing these processes, but not, in an article. I think also, a lot of the functions that journalism does in terms of community building, coordination, and essentially housing conversations between people, that's also where value flows. So if you look at, sort of more, I guess, to use examples like Taylor Swift, for example, her fandom and her loyalty base is in her audience. It's not necessarily in the value of her songs. Sorry, Taylor, but they're great. But I think anyone who sort of sees her economic and social power, it's in the Swifties. So I think value also migrates into communities, into processes, as well as into sort of very differentiated and beautifully told stories.
Shui, I think one of the things that's really interesting about the Swifties is not just that Taylor can sort of point them in a direction and have them do something, but that their actual interactions with her music, her media, are so important. One thing that you've written about that I think is really essential to the future of media conversation is the shift from attention to intention, and what it means when the first consumer in the chain, if you're a producer of games, of news, of any kind of content, is an AI system and is a technology company, is that the creator of the media loses the thread that is essentially today trace data, like unique visits or time spent. What does it mean when the connection, especially say in news, to the news consumer is broken because it's the large language model, it's ChatGPT or Gemini that is reading or consuming the news and then sharing it with the consumer? What is sort of left to the creator?
Yeah, absolutely. So what you were talking about, Jeremy, this shift from attention, I think we're moving, there are lots of early signs to sort of signal that we're moving away from the attention economy as we know it, where sort of currency is clicks and engagement and what can I get you to look at, to one economy that's based on intention, is like, what are you trying to achieve? And earlier when we were talking about this new demand shock, this expansion in the demand, what is really, really important in this new paradigm? It's the demand signal. And in an intention economy, that is accumulated context plus intent. So what do you know already? What do you need to know? And what are you trying to achieve? And I think in this new economy, that is one of the most strategically important assets to hold. What happens to knowledge producers when there's a machine between them and the consumer? Well, they lose that demand signal. So they don't know how much to produce. They don't know any sort of consumer feedback back. They don't know, what questions people are asking. So in the short term, in this transition period, one thing that I guess media can do is to really stay very close to their audiences and sort of think of ways to get around that. In the future, I think, it's in no one's interest for information producers to lose that connection. It's not even in the interest of any large AI company, because they will basically lose the thing that replenishes the information ecosystem with knowledge. That is not in anyone's interest. So any sort of deal making that occurs between publishers and AI companies it shouldn't be just about revenue and attribution. It really should be a product conversation. It's like, how can we design for this system? How can we ensure that truth-seeking and self-correction is structurally incentivized? And I think that is a whole build project that involves not just designing the metrics and the attribution protocols, but almost everything else, the pricing, and all of the sort of I'm not going to say scaffolding, the pipes through which information flows. At the moment, there is no Chartbeat or GA of AI, right? We don't know how information is passed to each other. We don't know through the pipes. We don't know what weighting it's given. At the moment, we know AI is incredibly fluent, but does it really, advantage rigorous information over something else? I think it's all kind of up for grabs, and this is why, at the moment, it's a really, really interesting opportunity to try and change that for a socially better outcome.
Right now, I see a revival of regained respect for people from humanity and social science, at least in Chinese gaming market or Chinese technology landscape, because a lot of coders are fired. Last month, there's a famous Chinese influencer passed away. All he is famous for is he giving people advice when they're choosing majors. For the past 5 years, like, don't choose journalism, instead choose to be a computer science guy or a finance guy. Somehow he overworked himself and he passed away very young. And this also timed with the death of coders, very ironically, but maybe not coincidentally. And I wasn't being mean, but what happens now is a lot of gaming companies, especially big ones, are hiring anthropologists or economists, because it's kind of funny, like what AI companies or AI-driven gaming companies are doing is trying to simulate human authenticity, although it's not done by entirely human or almost like alien human. Because when you use their product, they want to simulate like all-time loyal lovers to you that no lover can match up to, so you don't like human lovers anymore, you are indulging yourself in it. But if you talk to the developers who make all these lovers, you don't want to talk to them at all, trust me. And but at the same time, there are like gamers or game critics, influencers are also huge. They're trying to be like AI. They want to generate so much more because it's number computation. They want more and more like user base. But for that, they have also to give more. To one point, either the user just leave because everyone is not smart enough to detect, oh, that's not the almighty God I admire who's passing this information to me, or they just take over the channel on Discord. They started to talk on them between themselves. But it still matters who the influencers are because they set the tone. And sometimes they do have this authenticity wake-up call. They want to be themselves and retouch them. But in a way, when you have enough audience, you set the tone, they are already autonomy. Yeah, so I think the expertise of whatever we're doing is valuable, it's very, very valuable, because that's what people really want. They don't want just information, they want the emotion, they want the experience, they want the connection. And LLM doesn't do that, or they can pretend they're doing that, yeah.
Allison, you were just speaking pretty passionately about the need to build and the opportunity that we have in this particular moment, a build moment, I think you called it. And the one thing that I think we haven't talked about yet is, what role does regulation play? You described regulation as necessary but insufficient. So how do we continue to both build this critical infrastructure, create from this critical infrastructure, but also strive for accountability?
I'm here. Oh, yes. I can talk as a stakeholder who needs good regulation for a reason, because when we are talking about regulation now, usually we think about the government or the market. Right now, the government is the government in every country. The market is the market. And what in the game we see is now there's a bottom-up movement. Like either the producers or the game players some of them are realizing we become a commodity, or we're the one who are exploited, and there's no one protecting us. So there are grassroots movement. For instance, right now, co-op is very popular in small studios or mid-sized studios to protect their IPs and to make it more sustainable to work, not to crunch. And for the gamers, AI is not very new. Like years ago, Blizzard is okay, everyone knows. Blizzard closed one of their server, and as a multi-person player, MMORPG, a lot of players, live their life through it. So they created so much assets in the game, but once the server closed, nothing was given back to them. It's just lost. So people are reminding each other, AI is possibly doing the same thing. Once OpenAI decided to be closed AI, then then everything is taken away from us. But there's a great artwork by one of the game artists who have this like doomsday scenario. You have to go to a memory bank to pay an AI company to get your memories back. So these are all happening. Like I'm seeing like regulatory decisions are made for regular people above us, but I think now people are understanding as a consumers, as a commodity, we have a right to fight back. And I think that's pretty important.
I think on the sort of demand-supply paradigm, at the moment, a lot of the regulatory argument and heat is in the regulation of supply. And I think, so again, attribution payments and so on for content scraping and retrieval augmented generation. I think that's really, really important, but I do think that regulation piece at the moment, because it's really focused on a defensive and supply side rationale, is a bit of a rearguard action. And you're right, Jeremy, we definitely need to do more. Because there's this new demand signal, context plus accumulated intent, I think the regulation piece should be centered on that particular asset. So do individuals own their own memories, or is accumulated context plus intent housed with the AI companies? If it is, and we can't take that away from us, what we end up having is some type of cognitive serfdom. That is not good. So producers need that demand signal to be able to replenish the ecosystem, and I think there's a regulation moment in order to sort of enforce or at least incentivize more sharing on that front. But I think as a society, we also need shared context and shared intent. So what do other people know already? What are other people asking? What are they trying to achieve? In hyper-personalized futures of AI, we might not have the same grounding information. There's not a fixed article or historical document that we can both refer to. So we don't even have the same conversation for the basis of debate. So I think that also needs to be an interesting sort of, I guess, more epistemic question, is how do we sort of share that context plus intent between communities? And that might be an interesting role for journalism to inhabit there too.
In a global world where if regulation happens, it's likely to be very uneven, how does this affect people consuming media? Does that even further the sort of individual isolation? Will people even notice if so much of the media is personalized that there are some regulations protecting some people and not regulations protecting others?
Yeah, regulation is definitely very, very uneven, and I think it's even more acute when you talk about sort of the global majority, so contexts where there's small languages and where data is not particularly available. I think you might end up having a very, very unequally distributed AI-mediated ecosystem in terms of quality and amount of knowledge available, just simply because in some of those languages and contexts and geographies, the things that are sort of, I guess, read by machines, the machines don't know the context as well, they can't process that language as well. And that, essentially the data infrastructure is in its infancy.
I was thinking like it also goes back to who regulates, because regulation can have other names in other geopolitical country. Like in China, where I'm from, it's usually censorship. What you were talking about already happened again and again during lockdown of COVID. My hometown, which is a far away province and city in China, there was a fire. Like I forgot the number, but over 10 people died in the fire because they were locked inside their home. But our province is a Muslim province, is usually tagged as a terrorist province in China. So there's no information going in or out. I got that information in Hong Kong. And when I was telling my parents who live 10 blocks away from that fire, they told me nothing happened. They didn't believe in it. And because the state has another way of saying, oh, what happened there? And to this day, they still couldn't believe it. Now that I live in the US, my parents are watching like WeChat news or CCTV news. They are saying like, oh, you're living in a very dangerous zone. There are people who's gone every day shooting for Chinese people. You have to run. And you can't say it's not entirely force, but as I was telling Jeremy before I left my newsroom, we were doing a lot of investigation of information distortion. It's like usually a collective effort. Only people don't know who you are collecting with when you are distorting information across countries, borders, but somehow it's served to you as truth eventually. So when we are going back to the theme of regulation, maybe it couldn't be a like monopoly of one country or a government or a AI company, like what happened in cloud last week. I like people's comments, like maybe it's good they're leaked because we don't trust them anyway. So there should be other people. I think eventually it will reach a balance somewhere with every party trying its best to gain something. I don't know what that is, but that's all the reason like we as good people have to put us in that wall. We can contribute a little.
I'm going to pose one more question to the panel and then open it up to all of you. You've both talked about the future of media as an opportunity and not a crisis. Hopefully, we don't all end up in cognitive serfdom. This is potentially a chance to build something, but what should we build? And what does the global information ecosystem look like in 5 years, in 10 years, if we build the right products or services? Someone has to answer first.
You know, I think thinking like an investor and an economist, we don't really have the vocabulary to describe what's coming next yet, let alone the investment categories, let alone the economic behaviors, like sort of categorized, and let alone sort of the sort of more mature startups and sort of other sort of actors in this space. So essentially, there's a capability overhang. The capability exists, but the market is not getting there yet. So I think the focus right now should be about experimentation, but in a completely radically different way. So forget what we know about journalism and media. If we can take a sort of, I think Nikita Roy talks about this a lot, is to take a first principles approach. It's like, what would we build from scratch if we forget everything we knew today? What do users need? What does society need? What do we need to make it economically defensible or hold some sort of value, and take it from there? And I think that goes for all stakeholders, whether you're creating something, whether you're financing something, or whether you're regulating or creating a policy action here.
I'm back. I was thinking yesterday, you asked me if I'm a positive person, an optimistic person, or a pessimistic person. I think I'm both. I'm pessimistic in a way that I agree everything that Talia said, but I'm optimistic in a way. From my experience, I think we can have some confidence in the future self or future human. In my team, I'm the oldest person. Everyone else was born around 2000, and I think like right now things like DEI is taboo, but it paid off. Like the payoff arrives later. All these kids, they're super not only smart but ethical. They're not as worldly experienced as the old people here are, but they're trying and they're learning. They want to do good, and they are like AI or social media natives. They see good things and bad things coming and resulting directly on themselves, and they have come up with smart solutions. And I think we could have some confidence in that. And another thing is like what you said, And like what we were saying for this panel, a lot of things, bad things happened, but some of it is inevitable. So when we're talking a mode for build, we can go back to the very beginning. Like, why do we need news? Why do we need information? What can it actually help my mom who doesn't know there's a fire 10 blocks away from her, help a kid who's in class struggling if he or she should use AI or not. I think goes back to game. What it does the most is it doesn't take itself so seriously. You can be really dumb, and you can always try half-baked ideas, half-informed ideas. You have playtests, you reiterate. What news industry lacks, for a reason, is that like, people are so responsible to a point that you're so afraid of making mistakes, and then you are making mistakes on a meta level. So I think if we're going to build this future, we're in this future already, we can be a bit childish, maybe. That's not a real answer, but that's what I'm thinking right now.
Well, this takes all the pressure off of you. So if you have questions, you don't have to worry if they're too childish. You don't have to worry. This is your opportunity to play test anything you want to know.
Hello, thank you for this conference and the panelists before and now. I'm a retired professor of East Asian Studies from Georgetown University. I taught 38 years in a number of universities in this country. I'd like to make a comment on the title, Brave New Futures. To me, as an older person, future was always new and brave. And I'd like to know what would be so different about the futures ahead. Thank you.
I think that fundamentally, in terms of information, the gatekeepers have changed entirely, and the economic behaviors that incentivize gatekeepers have changed entirely. What makes that brave? I think what makes it brave is that we have an opportunity to make that societally beneficial. So let's assume that there is now a machine between an information producer and its audience now. Ceding the relationship between knowledge producers and their audiences to a machine and sort of not trying to make that better for users and for society and also to make their businesses sustainable is not a good outcome. I think sort of letting it happen and sort of whatever happens as default is not particularly good. So I think in terms of how is that different from now, it is fundamentally different from now. We at the moment, we think that might be an extension of the platform age, right? A piece of content goes through a retrieval or ranking system and it ends up with the consumer. Not anymore. I think with the machine in the middle that is able to process semantic units of like the smallest atoms of meaning on your behalf and synthesize it for you, that entirely changes what we know to be epistemologically true. So what happens with the artifacts and documents as we know it? They essentially dissolve and become structurally optional. So I think that might be one of the most fundamental differences between the current paradigm and what is emerging.
For me, like future, for me links to hope. And we are working with a group of German game designer artists trying to make a game, we call it hope punk, if there's a genre. Hope punk means you're pretty fucked up, but you're still alive, so you have to be... when I was younger, I thought being genius and smart is the most important thing, but now I realize being kind and brave is maybe more and more important. And the games we're making is actually a historical game based on what happened in like post-industrial society, when everything is in ruins, like people lost their jobs and their kids doesn't have basic survival means, but I'm that kid, and all the friends we're making the game with are that kids. We still grew up, and I think I'm okay, and he's more than okay. And I think that's not new. When you're older than 30, nothing is new, but I guess it's not new because you're persistent, your struggle, your efforts that you made every day doesn't immediately affect on something or pay the price. But if I can live longer than that, I hope I will. I'm a firm believer that I can see that because I see it in other generations, in my older generation and younger generation too. So this is a title that's very interesting for a time like now, but I think maybe 5-10 years later from now, we look at it as, of course,
That was way better than what I came up with.
Hello, my name is Jerry. I'm an undergrad at Northwestern studying journalism and computer science. I have a question to both of you about scaling up new media and I guess like where the future of new media is headed. So throughout this talk, we've talked about a couple of examples of successful new media. Shuey, you also written about people productizing their journalism process in new ways, and we see successful new media businesses that are pretty hyper specialized, whether that be individual really successful Substack writers or increasingly small and like scaled down newsrooms. And Allison, I think you've also talked about a lot of news games and like more, or sorry, I know you don't like the word news games, but like more specialized games that are focusing on a specific niche or telling a specific story to a specific audience. My question is, how do we scale that up to I guess 10 years down the line? Is there a way that new media can reach a mass market audience to the extent where traditional games that are just purely focused on like dopamine or this like predatory psychological loop can, or is the future of new media fated to be in this hyper specialization?
I think there's two questions, as I understand. One is, as a journalist student, how do you survive in the future by joining some of us? I wasn't a journalist major, I was a museum major. And that industry was already really attacked maybe 5-10 years ago. What I thought would be useful for you, because a lot of journalists and game developers didn't start to be where they are and they didn't know. But I think the best of them made the right decision because they either know at the beginning or trial and error, they understand more like what do they really want to see and what do people really want to hear. And you can't trust the system too much. Either it's academic, either it's higher education, I'm sorry, or newsroom or game, because the industry doesn't prioritize the workers or the ideas first. But you can utilize all the resources you can have. I think 10 years ago, if you're a social media editor or social media manager in a newsroom, you are at the bottom of the discriminatory chain, and people don't look up to you. But now look where they are now if they didn't leave and start their own brand. But they didn't do it 10 years later. They did it at the first. They get all the insults first, but they still stick there. I think for the game developers, the same. The second thing is, I know what you're talking about. I'm trying to learn from all these predatory, addictive, drug-like games because apparently they work. Like there are millions of people downloading that rather than an art game. There must be something there. And for the art or indie developers, we despise. But I think it's time now, almost like legacy media is trying to learn from influencers. Like big producers are really, really trying hard to learn from the predatory game developers. I think there is an opportunity there because the game mechanism they use is not that hard. Their game design is very simple, and usually that's how it works. The current game we are making, the biggest ambition we have, because it's a game about American visa application process, our ambition is we can generate a play that looks as silly and addictive as the ones you hate, and we have it on social media. And so people who hate immigrants would want to play it just because it's fun. And when they played it, it's too late. They become immigrant already. So that's the goal.
So, Jarek, to your question, I think what I understood as how does a media company scale? I think, in this new paradigm, we kind of have to throw out what we assume of what a media company is. What we can see right now that is happening is that the unit economics and the sort of industrial unit of organization of a newsroom doesn't exactly fit, I guess, the new economics of the AI-mediated information ecosystem. So maybe it's not about scaling companies as we know it now, but scaling sort of the question or scaling usefulness. So I like to think of this example that Tromsø, which is this like tiny little newsroom above the Arctic Circle in Norway did. So essentially they asked the question, you know, Tromsø is a tiny town, but it's one of the most expensive places to live in Norway, and that is because of the influx of Chinese tourists every year that come and look at the Northern Lights. And so what's been happening in the area is that Airbnbs, which are largely incredibly empty for most of the year, drive up property prices. And so what this newsroom did was to ask an econometric question: is what is the likely correlation between, you know, what is causing these different house price rises? Is it linked to Airbnb? So that really works for eTromsø as one particular story in one particular location. But I asked the editor, you know, this is a pretty radical new sort of computational type of journalism. What if you were to scale this to the absolute limit? So what would happen? And there might be two ways. One is, you know, a really interesting econometric model of you know, Tromsø. Like what are the sort of dynamics of house pricing in this particular location, this very, very specific local place? How does this sort of work in a statistic or probabilistic way? How do one thing affect the other? The other way it could scale is if this question becomes a living infrastructure layer. So how does Airbnb affect property prices in Lisbon or Venice or anywhere else that has essentially the same problem? And so I think it's really about a thought experiment about scaling the questions that is asked rather than the company or the sort of economic unit. And maybe that's a sort of more useful approach than sort of what we know now to be how newsrooms operate.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question if we promise to answer it pretty quickly.
But Jeremy, you should probably answer that last question.
I should not. I talked to Jerry plenty.
Okay, I wanted to ask a question from Shui. You have been using one of my favorite words, epistemology, a couple of times. And I think that's a very key kind of a concept to start to get clues about this. And one of the epistemic dilemmas that we have right now is that when all these, by the way, I'm Nariman Safavi. I do commentary on WBEZ, NPR Chicago, on culture and art, and I'm also building an innovation art center to do experiments at the intersection of art and technology and creating positive social impact. When these technologies and innovations are introduced, the default mode is how much labor saving can be done on this. So we've basically allowed the epistemology of our research and innovation to be permeated by the logic of shareholder maximalization. And that takes over and all of a sudden it's out of control. I'm wondering if you are, or anybody on the panel, is aware of models where firewalls can be introduced, at least at the primary research level, so that you have some sort of a default towards positive social impact before you start to figure out what the exit strategy for the investors might be.
Isn't this how OpenAI started?
This is not where OpenAI might be right now, though.
I'm not sure I have a good answer for that at the moment. But, you know, I think there is, you know, definitely, there's a huge... What is your field again?
Arts.
Arts, okay.
Well, media commentary and arts.
I think, you know, that there is the prevailing commercial logic, which is the dominant one, but there is also like a small chunk of investment dollars, certainly in this country, that goes around impact. And I think that sort of sector is starting to sort of understand the problem a bit more acutely and sort of driving at incentives for socially beneficial outcomes. I don't know if it's necessarily a firewall, but it's more around, you know, changing the incentives for people who are creating new technologies and companies in the space towards something socially beneficial before they seek a return. So not a particularly complete answer, but I would love to hear from anyone else who has seen examples in this space.
I just also wonder a little bit, some of the work that my lab does here at Northwestern looks at young news consumers. And I do think potentially there are very different expectations about what for-profit institutions should and should not do, depending on your age. And some of the sort of fiduciary obligation trumps everything else doesn't seem to be as present in younger information consumers. And maybe that is part of a societal change that we would see, is sort of if society says we would take less profit for more societal benefit, that starts to put a different kind of pressure. But we haven't seen those consumers in position to exercise that influence yet. All right, well, thank you so much. Please join me in thanking Allison and Shui.
Hi there, everyone. We're so happy to have a panel that's on the arts of social change with Bing Liu, Omar Effendim, who many of you saw brilliantly last night, moderated by the conceptual artist Ellen Harvey. So I'm handing it back over to her.
Hello, and I want to start by saying it's an incredible honor to be invited to moderate. The great thing really is that I'm sitting here with two extraordinary artists who I feel very privileged to get to ask questions. What a thrill. Hopefully you all came yesterday to see Omar's performance. It was if you didn't, you really missed out. It was an extraordinary fusion of Syrian history, poetry, and music with rap. It's hard to do it justice in words, but I was incredibly moved. And if you don't know Bing's films, you really should, because they are amazing. They are thought-provoking. They are visually extraordinarily beautiful. And if you're me, they will make you weep, because I'm a total softie and weep at everything. So I want to start by sort of just diving right in. This section of the seminar is titled Arts of Social Change. And so my question for both of you really is that really how you think of your work? Do you think of yourselves as artists of social change? What does that even mean? Does that mean that art is meant to produce social change? Or is it meant to just reflect social change? Or is it maybe meant to even stop social change? Is there a moment in your sort of artistic career where you've actually felt like an artwork that you made actually did create some kind of social change? So, Bing, over to you.
Yeah, thanks for asking the question. I feel like I didn't start my now I have a career, I guess, in film. I didn't start thinking that I would go making films to make social change. I started when I was a teenager. I was a skater. I made skate videos, but I grew up in a house with a lot of domestic violence, and so I kind of in a twofold, I was making films kind of like for two reasons. One was just because I saw myself as like a skater artist. You know, those are the sort of role models I had growing up as a teenager. You know, like Ed Templeton and Mark Gonzalez and folks like that. And so I was like just making things and screening them at skate shops and stuff, and not just skate videos, but like experimental things and stuff. But I also was making things because it sort of helped me redefine the reality that I was experiencing. Like I could re-edit all of the times that I was filming with skaters, with my friends, making things into things that felt like more of a positive memory that I could re-experience and that I could gift to my community. And then at a certain point in my 20s, I started making what would become Minding the Gap, my first feature documentary. And I partnered with this organization in Chicago called Cartemquin. And they're an organization best known for the film Hoop Dreams that they made in the 90s. But I applied for a fellowship with them, and I got in, and I kind of got a crash course on what documentary is and could be. I think before that moment, I really saw documentaries as the thing that substitute teachers would show in 7th grade when they didn't want to, teach the class. But I think after seeing like films like Hoop Dreams and like Harlan County, USA, and these verite films that felt kind of like scripted films almost. They were like just like characters making choices, but through that, all these social issues kind of like came up to the fore, and they were able to effectively communicate things that were happening in society around us in a very emotional way. And so I was like, I want to do that. And so that's what led to me. Now I feel like I kind of think about that at the very beginning with every project I do. I think about like how, if I take on this project, which might take years to make and a lot of my energy and time, like how is it going to maybe land in the world? Yeah.
Interesting. And Omar, for you?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think there's an aspect of it, like with the sense of urgency around like songs that I might have put out supporting like popular revolts, like in the Arabic-speaking world, or you know, pushing back on the xenophobia and the racism that many people in my communities were experiencing post 9/11, or you know, as a result of this occupation and war in places like Gaza and Lebanon, et cetera. And that, like, I see happen, like, in real time when somebody at a protest in Egypt calls me and says, yo, they're playing your song here now with all these thousands of people. Like, that, I guess, is a more direct way. But I think something that I've been thinking about now that I've done this for as long as I have, the more lasting sort of change and impact is something, you know, actually Allison was, like, touching on it, how you don't see the effects until, like, the next generation necessarily of some of the decisions you made. Because I remember being one of the very few who, you know, would get up and say that we shouldn't have gone into war in Iraq, or, you know, that this, again, like, you know, concept of an ethno-state is maybe not such a great idea. We shouldn't be supporting with all our tax dollars, like, wholeheartedly. Things like that, you know, were very unpopular and got me on doxing lists and made certain aspects of my career very difficult. But now we have this critical mass of young people who feel a very similar way, who see the world in a, you know, in a much more clear-eyed way, are ethical, and we see the results of it in, like, for example, the election of somebody like Zoran Mamdani to the office of mayor in New York City, like this kind of figure that you never would have dreamed, but was somebody so familiar to me. Like, he's the kind of guy that was there at the SJP, you know, encampments. He's the kind of guy that was there, you know, pushing back when somebody says something racist or out of line, and that's just kind of like what we're seeing now. So there is change. I will say there's stuff, like, from my vantage point as a hip hop artist, like, it was always first and foremost rooted in, like, the recognition that the Black experience had birthed so much of the art and the beauty that we understand to be quote unquote popular culture here in America. And then within that, to honor that, to really respect and appreciate that, you have to understand and respect, like, that history. And by doing so, you're going to have a clear-eyed understanding of what America is, and has always been. There's a version of what it tells us it is, and then there's the reality of what it is. And to have that sort of sober understanding of it early on, it was necessary too, so that when I would speak about these issues, it was, like, not, you know, in this sort of utopian or romantic way, which a lot of immigrants can have, because it's like, we left those countries to come here for these opportunities. And everything we supposedly left there for, we're seeing much worse here now, sadly. So anyway, I'll stop there, but that's part of it.
Well, it's interesting that you bring up immigration, because sort of my next question was really about, and is still, I'm going to ask it to you again, because I'm going to make you elaborate, both of you, is really the fact that here we are, we're all sitting on a stage here in this lovely Midwestern city. We're all immigrants at a time when...
Suburb.
Okay, fine. I live in Brooklyn. I think it's a suburb too. I don't want to diss Somerset, you know? Come on, it can be a city too. It's part of, well, I don't know. I'm not going to get into this whole local thing. People feel very strongly about this sort of thing. So, but here we all are at a time when the question of the role of immigrants in the US is increasingly contested. And it's interesting to think about immigration in relationship to the idea of art and narrative as a way that to structure your life. Because we all came here as kids. So we all watched firsthand, you know, our parents, our families kind of upend their whole lives in search of what they thought was going to be a better option for them. And that sort of is a real testament to the power of narrative, or maybe of this sort of narrative of the American dream, which you've spoken about. But we've also seen the ways in which, obviously, that narrative can be a mirage, or even a nightmare for some people. And at the same time, to be an immigrant is also to inhabit a space of loss. And there's a reason why a lot of immigrant communities are often quite powerfully nostalgic. And that's something that in your work, both of your work sort of takes different forms. I think with your work, Omar, is much more about nostalgia. With Bing, I see much more sort of the dark cousin of nostalgia, which is trauma, but that's also in your work as well. But there's a way in which right now, nostalgia is so often seen as being something that belongs to sort of reactionary movements. And yet, I think both of your work in different ways, for me, argues for nostalgia or the sort of understanding of loss and trauma as something that can also be a powerfully utopian tool. It can be something that inspires. It doesn't just create a community, it can also inspire empathy between communities. So that's something that I'm interested in hearing about from both of you. How does sort of the relationship to nostalgia, to the past, to loss, inspire this sort of interest in creating a better future? Maybe we should go back to Bing, and then we'll just keep going Bing first always, because, you know, that way we're going from left to right or right to left, or something like that.
I came to this country when I was 5 with my mom, and moved to Tuskegee, Alabama, which in hindsight I know has a kind of both a fraught history but also a proud history. But we were undocumented for a few years. My mom ended up marrying an American citizen who ended up being quite abusive, but she had a child with him relatively early on, and he also kind of weaponized the immigration system to keep her in the relationship. Like, he didn't sign the papers for a long time, and so it was kind of a messy thing. And so, you know, I think to answer your question about like the American dream that I was seeing in the narratives that were being put out there about, you know, you make it to this country, you come and you get a better life, I was not seeing that with my mom. I saw her sort of working in Chinese restaurants, chasing Chinese restaurant jobs, like from Alabama to LA to Rockford, Illinois, not a suburb. And she, you know, ended up like being divorced from community there. Rockford is 1% Asian American, very diverse, but just wasn't a Chinese community there. And so I saw her spending her free time just in front of the computer playing solitaire. And then every time we'd go back to China, I'd see her just come alive, sitting around a dinner table, eating sunflower seeds, drinking tea late into the night, you know, just talking, chatting, you know, and it was like a very different version of my mom. And so I think, you know, I've made kind of 2 films now that have featured immigration narratives, and I wanted to kind of reflect the version that I was seeing at home and with my mom that I wasn't seeing, you know, in the mainstream media about immigration.
I can definitely relate to a lot of what you were just saying. Also about like my mother coming alive back in you know, in Damascus and other places in ways that like she refused to allow herself to be here. But you know, and then my father had passed when I was quite young, and it was 1 year after we had finally become like citizens, and I know how much that meant to him. He had a very different relationship to Syria. He was from Hama, a city that experienced a really traumatic and violent sort of chapter 1 month after I was born. And so for him, leaving that behind, planting roots here, having, you know, children who could become citizens and go to, you know, college here was a really, really important thing for him. And so much so, he also helped many other family members come here. He, you know, to this day, there are people that I'll meet decades after he passed who'll tell me how much he helped them, and he never really told us. So it's like the ideal sort of like immigration story in many ways, though with the tragic reality that he passed so soon after. But then in my mom's case, like, it was just always this feeling like, you know, she couldn't wait to go back. And when she finally did go back, in like the early 2000s, and, you know, spent the majority of her time there, wasn't long before war uprooted her again, and she's not in Damascus anymore, and in the later stage of her life, how heartbreaking that is. And so I kind of see these things in my life, and have a very personal and deep connection to the loss and to the nostalgia that my mom would often sort of like, you know, gift to me in the form of this poetry. And it's interesting, like Arabic poetry, you know, this is obviously thousands of years of history and tradition, and it's rooted in so many different kinds of concepts, but there's one very foundational one of al-waqf ala al-atlal, which is like standing upon the ruins. And it's basically like, you know, the idea that these Bedouin tribes, these poets, you know, and poetry, I often say, is like the backbone of the Arabic language. And so long before it was ever written down, it was like passed orally. And these poems that were written specifically or spoken specifically, recited to recall the memory of an encampment that they had left, whether it was because of war or drought or whatever, but to like honor the place before they leave by having a poet stand up and recite, you know, words that describe the feelings and emotions and the space and the time and all of the memories that particular place had. And so, you know, it's a very powerful sort of notion that's at the heart of what it means to be like Arab, you know, and you hear it in the poetry, and it's this nostalgia that's passed on. And it ends up morphing, this concept like morphs into different sort of, you know, as Arab society evolved and Islamic, you know, civilizations grew, the ebb and flow of it, and people start incorporating and employing this concept in different ways poetically. Al-Andalus in southern Spain after the Inquisition and the, you know, purging effectively of Spain of Jews and Muslims, you have a lot of this sort of poetry harking back to that, and etc. And in my like latter half of my career, as I was kind of just looking back at the landscape of the things that I'd talked about and the, you know, the songs that I'd made and the movements that I was a part of, it was interesting, like when Trump's like first sort of election sort of campaign was happening, and there was this demonizing of Syrian immigrants and refugees, and like, you know, he said, I'd look at a Syrian baby in the face and I'd tell him, you don't belong here, something like that, you know, I forget exactly what it was. And, and at that moment, you know, it was a very transitional moment for me. I was becoming a father for the first time, and my son is like Syrian, but like thrice removed, you know, and his mother is black and Jewish. And so I'm trying to think of a way to sort of anchor him in something here in America that is, you know, useful and maybe employs this sort of poetic tradition of al-atlal. And that's when I started first thinking up of the concept of creating the Little Syria show, which is essentially like a poetic and a musical retelling.
You were going to talk about that.
Yeah, like a poetic and music retelling of this first Syrian and Lebanese and Arab, essentially Arab-American neighborhood that existed on the Lower West Side of Manhattan, but it doesn't exist anymore. So it's no longer there. And the idea that, you know, it was so impactful, this little community of very first, you know, Arabic-speaking immigrants who came here, who published countless, like dozens of newspapers, had, you know, businesses and, you know, poets and writers, and, you know, they'd even modified the printing press to be able to print in Arabic faster, like on Washington Street. So it was like a very important community that effectively, you know, impacted how Arabic was like disseminated and spoken, not just in North America, but also in South America and in, you know, Southwest Asia, North Africa. And so the idea that I could kind of create this poetic, musical, theatrical device to celebrate this community, there's definitely nostalgia in it, but there's this like imaginative, you know, aspect of what things could have been like had we not gone through certain political, you know, transformations and realities. And, you know, the bonds between, you know, Shami culture more broadly, greater Syrian culture more broadly, which is Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, Jordan, these like, this cohesive culture linguistically, socially, that, you know, colonial divisions kind of tried to separate. But I feel like now, just again, through the music, through the poetry, and honestly, through a lot of social media, there's this like harking back to that, you know, and it's nostalgia, but it's also this like very real desire to kind of honor something that we feel and that we were told we weren't allowed to, or we, you know, we're promised something else, but like we're trying actively through art, through music, through culture to kind of create in real time.
Yeah, there's an interesting aspect of reclaiming the past and using it to kind of also create a future, to create a different future. And I actually do have a follow-up question for being on this one, because I wanted to hear a little bit about, in your feature film, Preparation for the Next Life, one of the things that to me was incredibly striking, that the protagonist is this young Uyghur woman who is very aggressively sort of trying to kind of, she's literally training for the life that she wants to have. And her training is very much, she's like physically working out, and she undergoes all these sort of trials and tribulations, romantic and otherwise. But there's also a way in which that she's like very forward-looking, and yet her forward-lookingness is very much sort of, I don't know, inspired by her past relationship with her father and her, relationship with her homeland. And so that, again, to me, was a sort of interesting tension in your work, which is also obviously the same with Minding the Gap, the sort of documentary, which is very much about sort of saying, well, was the past good? Was the past bad? How do I understand the past? How do I use it to understand or maybe change the present? So I'm also interested in your sort of thoughts about where artistically do you feel is there a role for nostalgia? Is there a role for kind of incorporating trauma, rewriting trauma, re-understanding trauma as a way to move forward in your work?
A lot of what I'm about to say is probably I couldn't articulate it when I was in the midst of doing it, but in hindsight, I think that some of the things I've learned about nostalgia, it used to be seen as an illness in the 18th and so it was you get treated for nostalgia because it made you lethargic and not a productive member.
It's a disease of soldiers, I think,
yes.
that they weren't able to function because they were so homesick.
And now modern psychology and they've sort of identified nostalgia as something that affects a lot of people with PTSD specifically, and so I sort of saw myself as somebody who used nostalgia in that way. It was kind of a coping mechanism for me. And so I think part of why I was making skate videos so much was because I was I just want to create a simpler time. It helped me to sort of emotionally survive what I was going through. But so I think in preparation for the next life, this woman, she comes to America with this intense, fierce, will to just make it. And you sort of see her kind of training physically because she has these memories of her father training her, doing push-ups and going on runs and stuff as a young girl. I think when I was first conceptualizing the adaptation from the novel, I was really thinking about how she needs to give that nostalgia up in order to move forward. Essentially what her dad taught her about you can do anything if you put your mind to it isn't true. It's not true in America for her, and she had to sort of go through a lot of the middle, the suffering part in order to discover that, and that's where she ends up sort of walking away with that lesson.
So another question that I have that comes very much from sort of the earlier conversations that everyone has heard today is we've been hearing a lot about AI and the sort of technological media landscape and this kind of flattening in a way of human experience and the way in which this is sort of averaging out of things. And it strikes me that both of your work make very, very potent and compelling arguments for the importance of looking at specific narratives, at looking at very, very particular people and groups of people who perhaps are not commonly represented or not represented enough or maybe even at all in the larger media landscape. And so, in a way, at the same time, both of you obviously have benefited from the sort of technological landscape. It's allowed you to reach audiences. You have people downloading your songs during the Arab Spring. I mean, that's extraordinary, right, when you think about it. Or you're able to take this violence prevention program and on this in Chicago and make it visible to people who would otherwise never know about it. So there's a way in which are we living in a technological utopia? Are we living in the dystopia we all fear? I mean, what do you see as artists as the sort of pros and cons of the different ways of distribution and also the ways in which people receive art nowadays? So. Difficult.
I mean, yeah, I'll say a couple things. I think it always obviously comes back to intention, which I think we spoke about earlier, and the intention that I had set very early on in my career was to really focus on like this like live performance aspect of it, and because I felt like that was where I was first and foremost like just most interested and enjoyed. I also, as time went on, I realized like how important it was in terms of growing community, especially communities that are dealing with so many different traumatic experiences. To just remember that we have each other's backs and how important it is to kind of collectively be in the same space and share space and look at each other in the eye, and the call and response kind of like invokes that in a more even real way for people. And so there's definitely that, I think, at the core of what I do, and I feel so grateful for. And as time has gone by, like it's become an absolutely essential part of like, what it is I feel like my purpose is artistically and even just like, socially, everything. I remember also like it was like the first panel when Natalia was speaking, it was like the question was posed around like, the effects of AI, I think on the brain and stuff. She was just talking about like all these horrible things that are happening with these, LLMs taking over our for us and us kind of moving into the passenger seat. But at that moment, I remember hearing like bird song outside, and it was just this like beautiful reminder. And this is something that every day I try my best to kind of bring into my life. Like I take a walk. I have the privilege of taking a walk out in nature for an hour, and I leave my phone in the car. And that is like, sadly, maybe the only hour of the day where I don't find myself reaching for my phone. And I'm forced to intentionally to like hear this, bird song and these little babbling brook of water, and the occasional neighbor, a dog that passes by or something, and it's like a reset, like a mental sort of like a refresh. And I feel that similarly when I'm on stage and I perform, and I kind of like, it's a different kind of thing. There's adrenaline involved and stuff, but like afterwards I have this like reset, and I feel like collectively we kind of all need that in our life. And I'm grateful that I've programmed it into mine in such a way that like I can constantly be reminded of it. But ultimately, I now again, like at this phase, I think about like creating the cultural spaces that my children are going to inherit. I think about that very consciously, and they come with me to my performances whenever it's possible, whenever it's convenient. And I had this beautiful experience last Saturday. Some of you might have heard me speak about it. Where I was invited to host the takeover of the Brooklyn Academy of Music. This is one of the oldest like music institutions in the country, probably, but definitely in New York City. And they had Syrian and Lebanese like events at BAM since as early as 1910 or 1909 even. And I'd seen the flyers of like Romeo and Juliet productions in Arabic, or like just like Syrian Aid Society gatherings. And so when they'd asked me to host a takeover, typically when the takeovers had happened, it would just be like DJs on different floors and be like one big party. But I was very intentional about making it something that could be an intergenerational experience that would have educational and entertaining, aspects to it. So we'd had talks by the Washington Street Historical Society. We had a poetry lounge hosted by Hala Alian, a fantastic author and clinical psychologist based in New York. We had tons of live music performances. We had vendors. We had food being prepared by a Syrian refugee chef. And we had film screenings from filmmakers who represented Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, and Jordan. We had DJs on the rooftop. It was just a beautiful gathering. And there were people, very young people, to people in their 70s and 80s there. We even had one of the backup singers for one of the choruses was pregnant. So it was like literally every single phase of life was in that building. And to me, that was such a powerful moment when I'd see my kids being immersed in that culture and all this sort of, totality. And just needing more of that, I think, is what I thought about.
Yeah, I had a friend who was there who just said it was extraordinary and just was so moved. So, and I think that sort of creating of community is really something that is truly wonderful. And that is something in some ways that, we do benefit from new ways of connecting. But at the same time, there are obviously downsides as well. And Bing, I would love to hear how you feel about the sort of ways in which technology is impacting what you do and how you connect to your audiences and how they connect to you.
I think as somebody who's like started as like a DIY guy, like I'm like, oh cool, you know, like if you're seeing the work. I mean, I think Daniel was asking me, you know, yesterday he was like, yeah, some students were like, oh, I saw that film on Reels, you know, like in Reels, like on Instagram and TikTok, and I was like, cool, you know, I remember like in 2019, I went on I screened Minding the Gap at a festival in China, and I was out skating, and these other like young skaters came up, and I was like, oh, you're Bing, like I like illegally downloaded your film, and I was like, hell yeah, man, like that's awesome. I don't know. I mean, you know, look, we're in like there's like a run in the attention economy right now, and so like I think there's a premium placed on intentionality, you know, and patience and like things that are real and communal. I think that's I sing in a community choir in New York, and some of the longtime members there are like, we're seeing so many young people come out to this choir now for the first time ever. I think there's one of the things I do as a millennial, I guess is maybe like very millennial thing to do. I'm like constantly talking about generational thinking, so I'm constantly like canvassing like Gen Z people, and I'm like, what do you think about millennials? What do you think about yourselves? What do you think about Gen Alpha? And they're like, oh, like you guys are cringe. They're like, we're cooked, you know. But Gen Alpha, like they're learning from us. Like they're like off their phones. They're like out, you know, like going to movie theaters again. And I think that gives me a lot of hope. Yeah.
So this is really the last question that I'm going to ask before I turn it over to everyone else, because I'm sure you all have tons more exciting questions than I do. But as an artist, I think see my role, and this is just for me, I see my role as seducing people into thinking, and to thinking as part of a community and as part of a larger conversation. And that's obviously a very idealistic position to hold, especially right now when there's so much conflict, there's so much division, there's so much hostility, and frankly, a lot of incredibly shoddy thinking, which drives me crazy. So I find it hard to hold onto that sort of utopian, idealistic position. And maybe artists always think that they're being artists at a particularly challenging time. But I wanted to give you both the opportunity to sort of talk about what is it like for you to be an artist right now?
Go for it.
Big question.
I think you know, it's in film at least, and I think some in a lot of industries, you know, it's kind of a bleak time. You know, the thing like private equity is like really taken over the financing and, you know, like studio system, and so it's like hard to get things made that really push the boundaries that, like, you know, projects that I want to make. But I think about it as just kind of I'm a sort of like student of history a little bit. So, you know, in the 1970s, this new Hollywood director movement came about because somebody made Easy Rider, and it was like this very low budget film that like connected with this young countercultural audience. And now all of a sudden studios were like, wait, we don't know how to do this. Like, let's give artists the power. And so for like a solid decade that was happening. And I think, you know, I think it's no secret that a lot of people feel a little like stifled by like big IP films happening right now that aren't really connecting with people. And so I think, you know, eventually this too shall pass. You know, I think there will be kind of a desire and a new demand for things that really push the boundaries again. So I see this as sort of, you know, a really stormy time, and I'm just using it to build my ship. You know, I don't want to like set sail right now, but I want to be ready, you know, when my time comes again.
You know, I think about like how many times, especially early on in my career, I'd have somebody say something to me like, you know, that was such an amazing show, man. When you make it big, I'm gonna say that I saw him when, you know. And I just like kept hearing that, you know, and I still hear it. And, you know, I think I've made it in my own way, and I'm very grateful for the big and the small and the short and the tall, like all of it. And so I don't, you know, I don't do anything but follow, I think, the signs in you know, in my life of the directions that I think I should be taking and going. It's like I very much trust my creative instinct, and I'm grateful for that. It's gotten me this far. It's also the kind of thing where it's like decisions I made early on in my career have had effects, positive and, you know, somewhat negative. Like I have been placed on these doxing sites. I do get messed with when I get to the airport more than the average artist. I do deal with people trying to cancel shows. But I think it's also something that, you know, again, because I've had the experience I've had, I know how to kind of deal with and tolerate in a way that will hopefully make it easier for the next generation to not have to deal with it the same way. And I also think, like, I really genuinely appreciate smaller, more intimate, more just genuine sort of like experiences. So it's not about scaling up for me. It's never really been about that. It's just about making sure that I can consistently enjoy this process and not overwhelm myself, not get burnt out, not feel like, you know, whatever I have in front of me is not enough. The contentment over the content sort of thing, like, is really key, I think. And I don't know, when it comes to social media, I will say, like, it's hard because I know there's a lot of, like, comparing very naturally that happens. All of us kind of feel it. But on the positive side, I will say, like, what social media and Instagram, maybe more specifically, which is the one I use the most, has allowed me to do is sort of, like, create this sort of umbrella experience of all the cultures, of all the aspects of culture that I really love and enjoy. The music, the food, the poetry, the, you know, language, the nerdy little history moments, like, and all of that, and training myself to kind of see the beauty in all of these different aspects of life and art and culture, really actually made, like, the event on Saturday, like, easier to envision. Because it was like, oh, I could have this person display their art here, and I could have this chef do this thing here, and so, you know, maybe I didn't necessarily need Instagram for that, but it certainly helped, you know. So there are some aspects of it that I think I do still find joy in, you know. You do have to scroll through a lot of slop and a lot of crap, but, like, it's still there, you know. And it's not always the stuff with the most views that they're trying to throw at you, you know. And so there's still, you know, beauty in that discovery. And yeah, maybe one day I'll make it big.
So I'm going to open it up now to the audience for the truly interesting questions. Here we go.
Hi, I'm Roger Brown. I've been a media producer and documentarian for 50 years. And when you talk about social change, one of the things that's happened in my lifetime is that we've gotten so polarized, and so many documentaries that are going out, and there's more documentaries, I think, than ever. They're all playing to the choir. They all get seen on platforms where people already agree with them. What I would like to know is, how do you look to reach the other side, to cross over the no man's land, to persuade and inform?
I mean, that's kind of what I mean by, like, building my ship. You know, it means gathering information, canvassing, you know, sort of like seeing what people are watching. I feel like it's so time consuming and all encompassing to make the type of films that I make, which are like verite embedded films, that I don't have time to listen. I feel like it's really important to take the time to just get a finger on the pulse, you know, and just go, you know, like, do like what Zoran's doing, you know, running around, like, actually listening to the community and not trying to, you know, think you're outsmarting them by giving them what you think they need, you know, but by, you know, listening to what they actually feel like they're grappling with, yeah.
So I'm like one of those artists who, like, notoriously doesn't put out an album, but for every, like, 10 years. And that time in between is spent filling my cup, it's spent asking these questions, it's spent performing and learning. You know, I traveled all across this country, and I found myself, like, in hotel lobbies in Arkansas, overhearing a family talk about what they're nervous about coming up in this next election, or going to some really, really tiny school in the middle of, you know, I don't know, Minnesota, and hearing about how a Somali student group is able to kind of get by, like, with so little. You know, I mean, just random realities that I kind of brush up against, and then I take that all back with me to New York now, where I'm also just faced with literally everything every day, all at once. And, you know, it's really, really helpful, because I mean, from those kinds of experiences that I have out in the world to just conversations with my Jewish mother-in-law on a Saturday morning, like, I can point to many different examples of where I see and hear whatever is supposedly on the other side, And it just feels a lot closer than, you know, the media might make it seem like it is. And, you know, I think at the end of the day also, there's something really beautiful about, we talk, it's really cliche, it's like music is a universal language, but it really is. Like, and I remember I was invited to perform at the World Cup. And it was like over a dozen matches. I would just be, me and my band would be waiting outside the stadium for, you know, thousands of people to filter in or out before or after a game. And like, sometimes it's just like an ocean of people who are extremely disappointed that their team just lost and you don't speak their language and they don't speak yours, but you're supposed to still perform for them and make them feel better. And that was like the true test of how universal a language music was. Could I get people to kind of just respond with me and feel the energy and have a good time? It was especially difficult when like thousands of yellow Brazilian jerseys entered the stadium thinking for sure that they were going to win. And then there was like 2 Croatian jerseys on the way out that were like ecstatic. And everybody else was like not trying to hear it. But anyway, I digress. I think like there's a lot that I can point to that has like given me the perspective that I've needed in these moments where I think it's us versus them or whatever. And then on top of all that, I'll say like being Syrian and seeing your country just sort of like fall apart, honestly, and fall to sectarianism when I was raised with such a healthy understanding of how all of these things make us the beautiful thing that we call Syrian, the Jewish heritage, the Christian heritage, the Shia, Sunni, Dirzi, everything, and the Kurdish and the Armenian. And I apply all of that same sort of logic to life in New York and life in California. And I try not to like let it, you know, prevent me from making genuine connections with people, you know.
Hi, my name is Hunter. I'm actually a current film major at Northwestern, so I'm kind of on the talking about cycle of life. I'm at the more beginning of that. And sorry, no offense. And I've been talking with a lot of peers and also faculty at Northwestern about the future of like filmmaking and kind of how it might become more underground and a return to form of, you know, you spend 5 to 10 years making a $0 budget film and you screen it in somebody's garage. And that just is kind of how you get people to see it. I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit about how you found those DIY communities. And I know you had that avenue of skating, but your films have also touched communities far beyond those who just skate. And so I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about how people found you or you found others to collaborate with or to share those stories with.
I'm not quite sure if it's like this. I think a lot of people paint the current distribution landscape in this way, where it's like you have like garage, that's it. You know, I think there is. You know, I was thinking about you talking about BAM and how they're an institution that's been around for over 100 years. There are a lot of institutions that still support the work, and they also support fostering communities. They also support things like fellowships. In which you start, and like sort of community kind of think tank sort of programs in which you start thinking about alternative distribution models. But so like part of the job of being a filmmaker is that you are building your audience as you're making the film, so that by the time that your film is done, it's not just going to be a garage. There's going to be institutions who are going to be willing to screen your work. There's going to be communities, who have spaces and who have built-in audiences who are able to do the work. I mean, that's something that, I'd recommend looking at Kartemquin programs. They've kind of made their whole identity about that model of activist filmmaking. And I learned a lot from that, and I learned not to depend on the system. But the other side of that is it's actually a lot more robust of a distribution landscape than just a garage. Yeah.
I think you should also answer that because you also have an unconventional career trajectory.
Yeah, well, I was actually thinking about this young friend of mine who works at a movie theater in Brooklyn and worked out a deal with them to be able to screen once a month a Palestinian film. And he just guaranteed them there would be a certain amount of people that would come if they would just let him have this one room for the night. And it's become this very successful regular thing that he's been able to do. It's not like this huge income generator, but it's spreading the culture and the joy of, you know, Palestinian cinema in Brooklyn. And, you know, that's just like a result of him working at the theater, loving movies, finding a way to kind of make use of this room when it wasn't being used. And so I think there's like opportunities maybe for stuff like that, you know, to start thinking about just like creative ways to showcase what it is, you know, that you do as an artist in spaces that it might not necessarily always be what people would expect. I've certainly done that throughout the entirety of my career. I've found myself in places that, you know, a rapper wouldn't typically be in or a poet wouldn't typically be in, but would still find ways to make connections with people, find ways to be, like even what you had said in the very beginning about just like looking at and experiencing and appreciating the rafters in this room. I was basically in Ramadan, like taking it upon myself to kind of visit as many different mosques throughout the New York area as I could, because I know just how diverse the Muslim community is in the world, obviously, but specifically in New York. You have, like I would go to a Guyanese mosque on a Friday, a Yemeni mosque on a Saturday, and like a Palestinian mosque on a Sunday, and then a Senegalese mosque on a month. Like you could literally go through the entirety of the world. It was a beautiful thing, and there was one moment or one day where I had gone to this one mosque that was a former church. It was like built in 1961, I think. It was like an Episcopal church. And so I enter the space, and it still very much feels like a church. It has these beautiful wooden rafters and these, you know, the stained glass, and but then it has like, you know, wall-to-wall carpet, and it's pointing in the direction of Mecca, and the function of the space is sort of altered slightly, but at the end of the day, the spirit, you know, the sanctity of the space is still being honored. Now, it's not lost on me that this is like the nightmare of like, you know, creeping Sharia sort of like, you know, people. But it was such a beautiful experience, like to be in there with, you know, this community and to like kind of appreciate the space for what it was and what it could become. And then I got up and I like recited some poetry afterwards, and it was like, huh, you know, this is not the Brooklyn Academy of Music, but this is really beautiful. And, you know, I just, again, tried to find ways to kind of appreciate it, you know, and whenever and wherever I can. I was also at the state capitol of Connecticut one night for a breakfast with like the governor, and again, not my typical sort of like scenario. But still, I got to say things that I felt were very important to say and break bread with people who understood, you know, what we were going through that month and in that time, and the space was open to us, and you know, we made it ours, and I think that's like really important, and it's at the heart of like skate culture, it's at the heart of hip hop culture. It's just like reimagining, you know, what the limitations are and moving past them, and you know, that kind of thing.
So, for both of you, is this what you thought you were going to be doing? I mean, when you know, part of life is when you're a child, you try and imagine your future, right? You try and imagine what the future is going to be. And in some ways, this whole symposium is about that, right? It's about imagining the future, the brave new futures, which of course has this sort of dystopian Aldous Huxley, Brave New World connotation, but also has the original Shakespearean connotation where, you know, it's a quote from Shakespeare. Miranda sees men for the first time and says, "Oh, brave new world that has such creatures in it." You'd never seen any men. So, you know, there you are, men, lovely. You know, take it, take the compliment. But so this is this question. So we're all sort of here trying to imagine the future. And then you think about like, well, you know, in your own life, like, what did you imagine when you were small? Is this what you expected? And what do you imagine for where it's going to go? I'm asking all the big meta questions. That's my job.
I mean, in 6th grade, we had to write the essay, you know, like, what do you want to... I chose architecture because it was like the first, like, in the alphabet. And I was like, I don't know, you know, they're forced... we're forced to think about it at such early ages, and it's like, we haven't even figured ourselves out, you know? And so, you know, of course, I think most of the people that I know that are artists, like, didn't intend to be art, you know, or like they just had a very winding, weird path. and that's true for me. I went to community college because it was affordable, you know, in Rockford, just to sort of like bide time. And then I transferred to UIC. I was studying to become a high school English teacher because I had a lot of high school English teachers in my schools that provided me just a role model for a stable adult who could just encourage me, you know. And I wanted to give that to other kids. But then I spent some time in high school with this teacher who like kind of sat me down and like tried to scare me straight. And he was like, you know, like I don't think this is for you. Like maybe go into admin. I think you're like too idealistic or something.
Wait, admin is the idealistic choice? Okay, that's that. I'm rethinking a lot of things.
He was pretty jaded. He was like very cynical. I think he just saw that I think his point is there's like structural issues, you know, and like that's actually for an idealist, that's what you want to address. But yeah, I like cold called a guy who like I heard needed help doing like production stuff, and he took me under his wing, and I eventually got enough training to join IATSE, the union here in Chicago, like while like Dick Wolf was starting his empire of Chicago shows. And so I kind of came up during that time, and then, you know, I just continued to make my sort of like DIY art films on the side. One of them became Minding the Gap and got me a lot of opportunities. And then I like found myself making a career as a director, which I never thought. I thought I was gonna like work my way up the camera ladder and become a commercial DP or something. Like that was like the thing that felt like coming from Rockford, where I came from, like the most viable option. And so, you know, I think like because of that though, I feel like I just have this immense gratitude that I've been able to do it as long as I have. And now, you know, like moving forward, if that's it, like I just want to be proud of like what I've accomplished in the past. Yeah.
So what are you working on next? Like what's the next, you know, this is the evil future question. Like what's the next thing that can you share any of it with us, or is it all, you know, deathly secret?
I think the thing I'm most passionate about is I'm doing something about the child welfare system right now, like the foster care system, like because I feel like there's a lot of overlap with a lot of the home. Like I lived in like 8 different homes in 12 years in Rockford, and so like and I think there's kind of doing some of the research, like building my ship, like listening. I'm like, there's not a lot right now about the foster care system, so yeah.
I can't wait to see it. So. And Omar, what about you? Like, how do you feel like, you know, did things go the way you expected? Were you a good predictor of your own future as a young person, and then now as a still very young person? What's next for you? What are the goals? What would your dreams be?
Well, first of all, I think you would have been an amazing English teacher.
Yeah, me too. I second this.
But I'm glad you chose to be a filmmaker as well. The world is better for it. You know, I think for me, I studied architecture at the University of Virginia. I worked for an architecture firm for 10 years while I was moonlighting as a rapper. But I remember, like, all the architects that I grew up loving approached architecture from a very different background. Like, they were either like a carpenter or a furniture maker or like just something else. And that really stuck with me. The idea that, like, you know, architecture was kind of like a way to see the world and understand the world and make connections and bring all these disparate sort of interests under one roof, like, you know, pun intended. And I think about that. I think about how when I first started at architecture school, they were like, look to your right and look to your left. One of those people won't be there when you graduate. And then, you know, it's even less when you think about statistically who actually ends up becoming an architect, having their own firm, you know, like not well into their 60s till that really starts happening. The difficulties of just like the profession in terms of like the theory that you're taught, this beautiful theory in school, and then the practicality of dealing with clients and, you know, deadlines and budgets and all of that. Just like the entire time I was working for this firm, I was just grateful that I had a steady job that would allow me to kind of pursue my music as imaginatively and creatively as I could. And you know, I didn't plan on that being the way that I would get to where I am now, but it is what got me there. And a lot of that just has to do with, like, again, like having a creative aspirations, but then having sort of like a very real assessment of where I was, like in that moment and what the best next course of action or next step would be. And then having the support and love of people like around me. to encourage me to keep going and tell me that when I make it big, they'll be there, like cheering me on. Yeah, and as a kid, I don't know necessarily, like I knew it was going to be something creative. I always loved to draw. I always loved to, pursue the arts in different ways. I think I would be proud of the decisions I made and where I'm at now. One thing I'll just add is like, I have my 2 children, a 10-year-old boy, a 7-year-old girl. And my son, like recently, just like the last month, we were at the local public library and he'd asked if he could teach a class on comic book drawing to little kids, 6 to 10. And they took him up on it, and so every Monday he would go there and he'd put a little slide deck together and have his little TED Talk moment. They'd mic him up. And I watched his confidence grow over the month in the most beautiful way, that by by the last session, it was a full house and the kids were loving it and they were so happy, and they asked him to come back and do it again in May, and I was just like, so obviously very proud of him, and it also just reminded me of like a younger me just feeling like, you know what, maybe this is something I want to try. Let me give it a shot, And I think that is something I'm just the most proud of, is that I push past the fear and the insecurities of certain moments and just go for it. And that's ultimately what got me there,
Okay, and this is my last question. I think the reason that I was asked to moderate this panel is that I've been collecting utopias. I actually started in LA's Central Library. So a lot of the utopias started with clean public toilets and then moved on from there. However, I would like each of you, give me a sentence. If you could make the world into a utopia, what would you change? What would you do? I want a utopia. I want to collect one right here. Surprise. No, come on. There's got to be something.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, where to even start? But a nice, quick, punchy answer is like, shawarma for everybody. No, I'm just kidding. I think honestly, it's just like really rooting our learning now that we're facing this landscape of AI and like, trying to understand where education fits within all of that. Moving forward, just leaning into the humanities more, I think, is really, really important. Reminding our young people of the importance of like human connection and culture and language and poetry and bird song and all these things like on a daily basis, so we don't lose touch, with the things that I think are important as we pursue this utopia.
I feel like we should nationalize AI. I feel like it should be deprivatized, and it's just like taken out of the private sphere, put into the public sphere, because that's what it is. It's like a public utility, yeah.
All right, there you are, 2 utopias. And I hope you're all thinking hard about how you would answer this question. And thank you again so much. And it was an honor to be on stage.
Thank you, Ellen. A round of applause for Ellen. Thank you.
It is wonderful to have the chance to just very briefly welcome to the stage our next panel, which includes Vanessa Nakate, David Wallace-Wells, and is moderated by our colleague Isa Ding. So please, if you'll join us, this one about planetary futures.
Thank you very much for being here. I am Isa Ding. I'm an associate professor in the political science at Northwestern, and I am more than delighted to be joined on stage by Vanessa Nakate and David Wallace-Wells. And I would just want to say one thing, because I'm told we don't need to read bios, but their books are amazing. So Vanessa's book, A Bigger Future, is really an accessible read, and her story of her personal journey into climate activism. And David's book has been called The Silent Spring of Our Era. This generation's silent spring is called The Uninhabitable Earth. So I highly recommend both books to you all. And I'll just open with a quick question to both of you, which is on the theme of our conference today. What does a brave new climate future looks like for you? Vanessa?
Yeah. Thank you so much. Really happy to be here. So I've been doing climate activism for the past 7 years, and I've constantly been asked a question that sounds like that. And I think it's very easy for me to say that a brave new climate future is one where, the world has made the transition to renewable energy. It's one where communities that are being affected by the climate crisis are receiving the finance that they need to help them adapt, to help them recover from climate impacts. It would be very easy for me to take that direction, but today I would love to highlight two different things that may not go in that direction. For this brave new future, I recommend two things that I believe would work or would make it possible. The first one being the matriarchy. The former president, Mary Robinson, once said that climate change is a man-made problem with a feminist solution. And I completely agree with that. If we are to walk into this new future, which is brave, then we need more women in climate leadership positions. Whether it's in government, whether it's in policy, whether it's in social movements, whether it's in academia, we need women in leadership places. Because when you look at the impact of the climate crisis, you will find that in so many communities, especially where the climate crisis is heavily impacting people, you'll find that women are disproportionately impacted by climate disasters. 80% of people who are most likely to be displaced by climate change are women. They are the ones on the front lines when climate disasters happen. They are the first responders. So I do believe that for this brave new future, we need women in climate leadership positions. And then the second, I think when I think about a brave new future, I ask myself, why do we want this future in the first place? And maybe it's because the present is not convenient or the present is catastrophic. And I ask the question, how did we find ourselves in this present moment? I think that to build this brave new future, we have to uproot the foundations that led us to the present today. And when you look at the history that has led us to the climate crisis, you will find that it's a history that is rooted in exploitation, that is rooted in extraction of communities, especially communities, in indigenous territories, communities of Black people that were affected the most by this history. It wasn't just the exploitation of resources or of lands, but also the exploitation of bodies. So for me, to imagine this brave new future, I think we need to address what has led us to the present in the first place. And that will require us to, prioritize reparative justice, even as we talk about climate justice. That will help us ensure that even the brave new future that we build, whether it's, a future of women's leadership or a future of renewable energy, does not repeat or build the same system of extraction or the same system of oppression towards specific groups of people. This brave new future could look like, a future of climate reparations. I know many times people don't want to hear about climate reparations because then, someone has to pay, someone has to be held accountable. And I personally believe that we cannot walk into a future without addressing the past that led us to this place. And that past it will be hard to address that past because we will have to talk about reparations, we will have to talk about redistribution, we'll have to talk about justice, we'll have to talk about climate, environmental justice that is rooted in indigenous sovereignty, Black sovereignty. And those are conversations that are really hard to have in the climate space. And I think for me, that is what we need, that bravery, because bravery is not doing what is easy. It's not just us putting solar panels on our roofs. It's actually addressing the systems of oppression and injustice that have led us here in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for traveling all the way from Kampala to here, making the long trip. And David?
Well, I just want to start, since you mentioned female climate leadership. I mean, I'm really grateful to be on stage with you, Issa, but I'm especially humbled and honored to share the stage with you, Vanessa. This is, I don't know how many people here in the room know her story, but she is a true climate hero. I wrote a really bleak book about climate. People often ask me how I can go on, and I often tell your story and the story of other climate strikers who changed the entire shape of climate discourse around the world, despite coming so far from the halls of power. And you are truly a legend, and I'm, ecstatic to be here alongside you, which may also explain why I think some of my answers are going to echo some of your answer. When I'm asked questions like, what kind of brave new climate future I hope for, I have to sort of first ask how naive exactly I should be in answering that question. Because for me, reading about, writing about wrestling with climate over the last 5 or 10 years has been, a fight between some kind of almost childish but profound lessons that I think climate change teaches us about our shared fate on this planet and what we owe one another, the fact that we all strive for better lives and owe everyone around us the opportunity for that too, and a kind of hard-won, hard-headed pragmatism that borders on cynicism that's kind of imposed by our collective status quo bias, that we have such a hard time making changes even when the logic of change is so strong. So, and we're having this conversation and we're on stage now in the middle of an ongoing war that is being fought in part over fossil fuels, in part through the weapon of fossil fuels. And even though that war teaches us a little bit how urgent it is to get away from this stuff, it also reminds us how far we are from a future in which we're not dependent on these fuels and dependent on all of the people who are providing them to us and the petrostates that pull it out of the ground. And that's another reason for some caution about getting truly, doe-eyed and naive. Another is that, as I was sort of hinting at and talking about your activism, we've come out of this period where for a few years between the Paris Agreement and COVID, there was an incredible global surge in attention and concern, mobilization, led by many people like Vanessa, who spent those years telling us that we weren't doing nearly enough and we weren't nearly worried enough about what was coming. We needed to completely transform our lives and our political systems in order to take hold of this unfolding story. And at the time, those people making those arguments were looking at the huge unfinished business of the energy transition and everything that follows after it, and thinking we had so much more to do, and we had to, really take command of our political systems in unprecedented ways. And now that moment where there were so many people screaming out that we needed to do more feels like a high point, in which the world is, in the years since, backed away from its commitments to climate. People don't talk about it enough. Our politicians aren't running on it. Our business people aren't making empty promises about it anymore. And so it's hard to think about the future in a kind of hopeful way. But if I have to, which we all have to do, I would say the climate crisis is much bigger than energy. There's a lot more to do than just fix the energy system. But as a kind of a first ask, I'm imagining
a world in which energy is abundant and cheap and clean enough that it won't just halt the march of warming, but allow billions of people to breathe more easily and live healthier lives, pull hundreds of millions out of energy poverty, and enable development, political, social, and otherwise, that will allow us to defend ourselves against the ravages from climate that we have already made inevitable, which is to say, a world in which we're not just avoiding some worst case scenarios, but using the opportunity of this ecological crisis and the kind of morality tale that it imposes on us to improve the world. And that's going to be hard because the challenges from climate change are really significant. And the world is already quite transformed by human action. You look at all these charts of the Great Acceleration tracking pollution across all of these measures. Every chart is like way up and to the right, every chart. Things are getting much worse. I think right now, 96% of all mammal mass on Earth is humans and their livestock. So there's basically no wild mammals at all on the planet. We may think of modern life as being about urbanization, but only about 1% of the planet that isn't frozen or desert is urban. 50% is being used to grow food for humans. So we've already completely transformed the Earth, and we've already completely transformed the atmosphere. The weight of the carbon that we've put into the atmosphere since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, the weight of that is more than the total mass of all things we've ever built on the surface of the Earth and all of life on Earth combined. That's the damage that we've done to the atmosphere. And it is heating the planet now at an incredibly rapid rate, faster than any of the mass extinctions in planetary history, which is to say, any time there were climatic changes, a fraction as rapid as the one that we've already lived through to this point, 50, 60, 70, 90% of all life on Earth perished. So the challenges are serious and large, but we're not living on the same planet that those other creatures who died off in those great dyings lived on. We're living on a planet that is really commanded and controlled by human life, by our political actions, by our economic actions. We're already in a kind of you broke it, you bought it situation, and we have to figure out what to do with that. And that's why when I think about this big picture question, but also this recent history of climate activism and what it's brought us, the thing that I miss most from 2019, 2020 is that sense of political momentum and the moral foundation on which it was built, which was the premise or the promise that on this planet, facing this crisis, we owe it to each other to take care of one another and to take care of our future. That, in 2015 and 2016, might have sounded a little naive. It sounds considerably more naive today. But I'm hoping, naively, that the pendulum can swing and will once again start cultivating feelings of solidarity, global solidarity, mutual obligation, and a sense of a shared future that can push us towards, I think, still a happier, healthier, more stable, more just world.
Thank you. And I want to ask both of you about burnout, climate burnout. So Vanessa, you wrote about this in your book. The sense, at some point, the sense of frustration is just going to get at you. And I teach this class on climate change. We take the students to COP, and they left COP, some of them in the audience, being very, very pessimistic, right? Nothing's going to change. It's all bad. And we know how bad it is. Hopefully we do. So I guess my question is first, tell us about a moment of your personal burnout and in the moment where you're like, okay, no matter how much I talk, no matter how much what I say, it's not going to change a thing. And then how you kind of came out of it, if such a moment existed. And the second is, you talk about naivety, David. If we were to channel our least naive self, perhaps be more cynical and most cynical, what realistically do we think can happen? Is this future actually brave? are there any signs of hope out there?
Did I sound that bleak? Oh, sorry.
Well, your book certainly sounds very bleak, which is what we need. It's what we need, right? But then there's also, I mean, I guess I can just throw in another question I wanted to ask, which is communication. Perhaps 10, 15 years ago, and feel free to tell me that I'm wrong, right? If we throw a bunch of statistics at people and say, this is how bad it is, right? The sixth extinction, so on and so forth, people can be shocked into thinking this is important, something's gotta be done about it. But if we talk to, in my conversations with Gen Z and younger millennials, right? Young people express this sense of fatigue with the current climate messaging, and obviously which is very diverse with different voices, right? So is there a way for us who care to get out of this climate fatigue? Is there a way to communicate the message either to the medium voter or to the other side, right? Do you also feel this fatigue, this climate fatigue with your audience? And how do you think about this? How do you talk to them? So really, it's a bunch of questions, and you can feel free to speak to any aspect of that.
First.
Yeah, I have felt that fatigue myself a couple of times, and also the burnout. Actually, there was a time that, because I used to, when I joined the Fridays for Future movement that was started by Greta Thunberg from Sweden, I used to do climate strikes every Friday from 2019. And there was a time where I felt like our strikes were not making a lot of impact. And I did stop striking for some time. So it's really good to hear from you, David, sharing that actually 2019 and 2020 was such, you know, the climate movement did a lot of tremendous work to push the political momentum on climate, because when you go for the strikes, you may not be able to see that or to know that. So it's really good to know that maybe they made a difference, they contributed to something. But there were moments where I did feel like I didn't have the strength to show up for a Friday strike, because it just felt like there was no difference. And it was hard for many of us, but speaking for myself, it was hard. I found myself back in the movement, and I went for these years that I mentioned. But then again, after I would say 6-7 years, I started to feel that fatigue again, because, you know, with the work within the movement, it wasn't just doing climate strikes on Friday. It was just so much work to do, especially for so many people who are really young at that time. And some of us found ourselves in the movement even without understanding a lot about climate change. I think I only knew the definition of climate change when I joined the movement. I knew that climate change was happening in my country, and this is how it was happening, but I didn't even know beyond that. I just felt like I had this responsibility to raise awareness about what was happening. But I didn't know the impact of the fossil fuel industry. I didn't know the impact of the agriculture industry. I really didn't know anything. And I got to learn most of the things in the movement. So it's been a journey of learning and striking and speaking. So there have been moments of fatigue, but I really appreciate the community within the climate movement. You know, we weren't just fellow strikers, but we were friends. You know, we were family in a way, and I think that gave us a lot of hope to continue doing the work, even in different ways. I think when many of us started, we were, you know, somewhere in their late teens, somewhere in their early 20s, and some have now, you know, moved on to do different stuff. And I personally understand, because it's just a lot of work, and it's not very easy work. So if I were to, to maybe advise someone who wants to get involved in this work, is to really embrace the community in the movement, because that is really where the strength comes from. That is where the hope comes from. And also just the understanding that, this is a very complex problem. And for me, when I joined the movement, I thought that we were literally going to change the world in just a couple of months. And when I didn't see that, it was frustrating. So it's also just that understanding that, the work of activism or trying to make the world a better place, embracing it as a marathon is much better than trying to run a sprint. And that's what I'm trying to do right now, so that I can be able to do it for a long time. Yeah.
I mean, just to say first, you did change the world. Just because Fridays for Future didn't get the world where it wanted to go, doesn't mean that you didn't make an enormous difference. We would not be in the place we are today, looking at slightly more manageable warming futures, if it were not for the political and social momentum that you helped create. It is absolutely critical on a personal level that you should understand that. But I think it's also, in the context of your question, really important because, activism goes through its cycles, and climate, like anything else, there have been peaks and valleys over, depending on how you want to count, the last 30, 40 years. But just because you're in a valley doesn't mean that the last peak wasn't important. And we are where we are now, to speak technically, expecting something like 3 degrees as opposed to 4 degrees of warming, in part because we changed the trajectory of emissions in the world. And part of that work was social activism that created a sense of urgency and even inevitability, which a lot of people who are not invested in climate for climate's sake followed the signal of. And that's really, really vital. My own experience in this world is that, I'm in a certain sense lucky in that I am engaged on climate as a journalist, which is to say a sociopath. I treat it a bit as a story.
A Sam type sociopath?
Yeah, right, exactly. That's like, it's a joke. Climate means a lot to me, but I also am able to live at a little bit of a distance from it and write about other things that allow me breaks that others who are much more deeply in that world can do themselves. But I think it's important to keep in mind in talking about these issues of burnout, doomerism, whether we're draining the capacity of the public to pay attention by assaulting them with negativity. Just a few things to lay out in that bundle. One is that basically, invariably, when people encounter climate science for the first time, they worry. And that is not something that I want to think about primarily in terms of emotional damage. I want to think about that in terms of truth. Like, if this science is true, and we're heading for the future that scientists tell us to expect, we need to reckon with that, even if it is hard for us emotionally. Now, that science doesn't tell the whole story. We are an adaptable species, we're a resilient species. Much of our experience of the future of the world will be determined by forces other than climate. Even when thinking about climate impacts, our political responses, our degrees of mutual self-care, all of that stuff is going to play a major role in how significant, how deadly a heat wave is, how crippling a food shortage is. It's not just a climate story, but we have to start from a baseline of saying these things are true, and we're trying to figure out how to live best given the facts of the case. And I look out at the news, I read my social media feed, I, like anybody else, can see that the story of climate change has retreated a little bit from the center of public attention since the pandemic. I don't think that's unrelated, but that's a whole other conversation. But when I look at, and we don't have American politicians running presidential campaigns on climate. We had 3 of them in 2020. The Europeans have backed off of the Green Deal in a variety of ways. It's a global problem. But when I look at the polls and surveys of personal concern, those numbers aren't down. They're as high as they've ever been. Americans are as worried about climate change as they were in 2020 or 2019, and more worried than they were in 2015 or 2012 or 2007. And those numbers are going up over time, and they're going up in part through confrontation with the facts, which they encounter sometimes in storytelling and science, and sometimes through natural disaster. And I think that's for the good. It imposes an emotional burden and a psychological burden, but so will the future that contains those impacts. And if we have a hope of navigating them and defending ourselves against them and building a society that allows us to thrive in spite of them, we have to take stock of them first. So that's not to say that everybody has to wake up every morning and cry about, a flood in Spain or wildfires in Los Angeles or whatever. Everybody's got their busy lives. But to the extent that we're thinking about climate, people like Vanessa and me, to the extent that we're telling stories about climate and to some degree hoping to bring people along to more concern, I think it's wonderful, valuable to draw in other notes rather than alarm. But I think that we can't forget that there was a reason we are alarmed. The stuff that freaked the world out in 2018 was whether or not we were going to keep the world close to 1.5 degrees of warming. We're already blowing past that threshold. Some projections suggest that next year we could get 3 degrees of warming next year. It would just be a one-year thing. It would be a weird anomaly because of the Pacific cycles. But nevertheless, we are blowing past the targets that we set for ourselves in 2015, 2016, 2018. And we need to see that clearly if we want to design a brave new future as opposed to just, covering our eyes and pretending it wasn't happening.
And can we talk a bit more about that? And if you could entertain my hypothesis, which I don't know if it's true or not, which is that climate change activism is a millennial thing. You mentioned the surveys, and I look at those surveys, and I think in part because due to how you ask survey questions, as somebody who designs and conducts surveys, really the answer can vary dramatically based on the design and what the whole entire survey is about. But if we just look at voting data, let's say, and then if we take Germany, the best example here is that there's a certain generation that votes for the Greens, and the younger generation, the younger voters are not really voting for the Green Party, and then they might say they care about climate change, but their attention is really to the economy and then perhaps immigration and other issues, right? So in your encounters with young people, am I wrong by saying that I feel like a part of this burnout or fatigue is also a generational thing? We also do know the younger generation likes to push back and challenge the older generation. So to what extent is Gen Z also not as interested, and perhaps they are, I'm just wrong, as kind of a pushback against the millennials? As we learned earlier, they like to do that.
Yeah, from my own experience engaging with different young people, I think one of the things that I have got to learn is that there is a lot of things happening, so many crises happening at the same time, and it's becoming very exhausting for them to be able to even focus on just one, because the responsibility on having or on ensuring that we have a healthy planet or a safe planet should really not fall on young people. And in the time when we were doing the climate strikes, that responsibility fell so much on young people. And I think that's what exhausted most of us. We started to carry responsibilities that were supposed to be carried by the people in power. And maybe that's why the young people now feel extremely fatigued, or they do not want to get involved because it gets too much to be able to handle that, especially with very limited resources. I remember when I did my very first climate strike, what I had was, a piece of paper from my young sister's art book and some art pencils and colors that she used. Those are the resources I had at that time. So you show up for this strike, but then the responsibility the world puts on you, it's a responsibility of someone who has resources, like maybe a mayor or a minister or a president. And we found ourselves in that kind of situation where we were called very inspiring, but not really in the way of, because if we were inspiring, then the leaders would have done what we were asking them to do. Unfortunately, some of them didn't. So I think we found ourselves in this wave of being called inspiring, but then, and also being told you're going to change the world. But we wanted the leaders to spearhead the changing of that world. So I would say for many young people right now, they just feel that it gets so tiring and exhausting to be able to, you know, address so many challenges that they shouldn't have to be addressing in the first place. Because if leaders took their responsibility and, you know, transitioned away from fossil fuels to renewable energy, if they supported communities with adaptation, then young people wouldn't have that responsibility to ask them to do that. If leaders did not start wars, you know, then young people would not feel the responsibility to ask them to stop the wars. So I think for me, the issue is not with young people not wanting to get involved in activism right now. It is the failure of the people in leadership positions to do their work. They have failed to do their work. Because if they respected the planet, then there wouldn't be need for activism. If they respected people's lives, then young people would not feel the responsibility to go to the streets to ask for a free Palestine or a free Sudan or a free Congo, because they are not the ones responsible for the violence that is happening. But then they carry that responsibility to address that violence. So I would take the responsibility back to the people in power. If they stop destroying our planet and if they respected people's lives, then I think there wouldn't be fatigue among so many young people. I have many friends of mine who have been climate activists for a while. But now we find ourselves, you know, in this moment where we're not just fighting for a better world, but we're also fighting for basic human rights for people. You know, it shouldn't be hard for someone to understand that genocide is a bad thing to do. And I just feel like the people in power have strayed so much away from humanity. They've strayed so much away from the aspect of Ubuntu. I am because we are. And if they truly respected people's lives, then we would not be asking young people who already have so much school to focus on. They have so many responsibilities as they grow up to now start, you know, thinking about these social issues. So it's really the people with more resources and more power that need to take this responsibility of the young people.
David, do you have anything to add?
Mostly just, amen. I think, the question of generations and activism is so hard to analyze. I mean, we just lived through what was an incredibly dramatic wave of protests in the U.S. against the war in Gaza a couple of years ago, and now we're seeing the U.S. fight another war in Iran, and there's not nearly the same level of engagement. There are a lot of reasons for that. I also don't feel like I understand it entirely, but just raising that to say, there's waves of action and attention in the mind of individuals, in the mind of, generations, and, sometimes there's a lull before another surge. And I think that's where we are on climate. I would say, to me, at the true political level, like the elected official level, I do think it's significant that, the Green Party in the UK is in second place in the polls. They've redesigned their program a bit away from environmental commitments towards a kind of affordability, anti-systems agenda. Nevertheless, it is not a crazy thing to imagine at least that the Green Party would be the equal to Labour whenever the next parliamentary election happens. Not saying that's going to happen, but one can imagine that future. And that is a really striking change from where that party was 6 months ago, a year ago, 10 years ago, even in the context of a global retreat from climate politics. You do see hints here and there of movement in the right direction. And below all that, there is even so a lot of progress on the simple energy transition story, which is partly, it has some political elements, but is also driven by a lot of other factors. And there, I think, almost every meaningful forecast of solar power being deployed has been surpassed. Every time there's an IEA forecast, it's it's going to be a flat line, and then the next year comes and it's way bigger. It's become a joke in the energy world how bad the forecasts are because they were so conservative. And there's a report I was looking at that's not yet out from Ember that said that 2025, the renewable power ate up all of the demand growth around the world, which means that fossil fuel generation actually fell in 2025. Renewables are now providing more electricity than coal globally. And a bunch of other quite eye-opening findings about the progress of the green transition in the energy space, which, as I said, is distinct but in some ways connected to politics. And so the story is all very complicated and messy. When I talk to young people, Gen Z kids, they're quite mindful about climate. They also just feel like it's like a lost cause. And, that's tricky. In certain ways, it is a lost cause. We are racing past the targets that we set for ourselves and are going to have to deal with the consequences. In other ways, of course, it's not at all a lost cause. We can choose one path that's more manageable or another path that's much less manageable. And, to the extent that we're doing storytelling to motivate those people, it's important to emphasize both of those things. I'm just mindful myself of not losing sight of the fact that if the world freaked out in 2018, 2019 about a set of climate futures that seemed possible, we shouldn't pretend that we avoided them when we haven't.
Thank you very much. Let's now move on to Q&A. We will, Bambang?
Yeah, hi, thank you. I'm Bambang, a grad student from Sociology Department. I think what was really interesting at the beginning, anyway, thank you for the talk. And what was interesting at the beginning was the notion of reparative justice that you two brought up. And currently, the tension revolves around whether reparation should be based on historical or contemporary emissions. And within this tension, seems like global South countries demand reparations from the global North countries. And in doing so, global South countries often rely on the victimhood narrative. So my question for both of you is just generally, how do you feel about such approach? And is there a way on the ground to build a more sense of resilience among the community and a sense of confidence? Thank you.
I wrote a big piece in 2021 in which I quoted liberally from Vanessa's speeches about reparations, in which I used as the basis for calculating a total the amount that it might cost to take all the carbon out of the atmosphere that we've put there, and used a kind of optimistic assessment that you could do that for something like $100 a ton. And that left the United States with a bill of $50 trillion of climate damages. And I wrote that and made that calculation not because I think that the United States is prepared to pay $50 trillion in climate reparations, but again, because I think it's important to just be clear about what we mean by the scale of damage and what obligations that really that require, what that requires of us if we take ourselves seriously as moral actors in this space. So personally, I think it's important to think about the historical legacy. That carbon's still up there, it's still heating the planet, it's still creating damage. One of the things that I've found striking and in certain ways inspiring over the last few years, though, is that, and I'm interested to hear what Vanessa has to say about this, but there was a long-standing fight, in many ways still ongoing, about this question of what the global north owes the global south for climate damages in particular. And the global north would often make a play led by the United States to say, we don't want to talk about this in terms of reparations, but we can maybe talk about it in terms of investments that will help you, defend against future damages and green your economies. The numbers were always quite small. They promised pretty small numbers, and then they never delivered on them. But that was the basic gambit. And representatives from the Global South were rightfully outraged about that. In the last couple of years, especially when it comes to the energy transition itself, it feels to me that you're seeing much more kind of sovereign action among nations in the Global South to take, to move than that discourse implied 5 or 6 years ago, when there was a lot of attention paid to how much the Global North needed to do to enable a green transition in the Global South. And now you're seeing, it's far from complete, but remarkable transition stories in Pakistan and Nepal and Ethiopia, across sub-Saharan Africa, where countries are dramatically greening their energy systems for their own reasons, for their own needs, and using their own money. And in certain ways, that's like a failure of the Global North to deliver on the moral obligations that I think climate implies. But it's also an encouraging story in the sense that it means that, well, thankfully, we don't have to wait on like Donald Trump's United States to feel guilty about climate change to take action. There's a lot of progress that can happen and is happening right now. In fact, many of those countries are moving faster in their energy transitions than the self-congratulatory countries of the wealthy North.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Just to build on what David has shared, I also think that there is no way that communities that are on the front lines right now, especially from the Global South, can have justice without reparations. I don't think it's just about victimhood. I think it's the fact of the reality of climate injustice, that those who are suffering the most are not responsible for the climate crisis. And in the past few days, I've been reading so much about this, inequality, not just from, the countries that have contributed most and those that are suffering most, but also like on the individual level with the wealth inequality. You will find that the people from the poorest communities with the most limited resources to adapt to climate change, they are the ones who suffer the most for actions or for what they did not do. They're paying the price for something that they didn't do, and I think that is justification enough for reparations. And then regarding what you mentioned on investment as a form of reparations, my concern with it is that it's profit driven, and also it pays more attention to the interests of who is making the investment, which does not benefit communities. I think reparations have to really be driven by communities, because when they are driven by communities and the conversation led by communities, not just investors, then the reparations, you find that the reparations will be rooted in the basic, necessities of the community, from food sovereignty to water access or to land. That also within reparations, there is the aspect of giving back land to its original owners. There's no way investment aligns with that. So that is my concern, that if reparations is just investment, if it's pushed as investment, maybe in renewable energy, it may not benefit the people that are actually suffering the most. I think we can just see it also from the trend of investment in renewables. I think over the last 2 decades, of all the renewable energy investment, only 2% of that investment has gone to the African continent, which is on the front lines of the climate crisis. And why is that? Because, investors feel like they could lose money because there is high perceived risk, because of high cost of capital. So if we were to use investment as a way of reparations, I don't think it would benefit communities, because when it comes to investors, it's their interest first before the communities. If the communities were first, then I think we would have a higher percentage of renewable energy investment on the African continent, which clearly has, 600 million people without access to electricity right now.
Please.
Thank you. I was just wondering if you could speak at all. I mean, you talked about some of the ebbs and flows of activism and the importance of activism in the space. I was wondering if you could speak at all to the role of coalition building and the linking of the climate crisis to other social causes, both in terms of what you see as areas of opportunities and challenges. Like, to some extent, it seems like that has happened or had happened in years past. Do you think that's been a useful thing, not so useful thing? What types of opportunities or challenges does it pose?
I think it's a useful thing to connect the environmental fight with other causes. And like I mentioned, when I started activism, I didn't know so much about climate change. But one of the things that I learned along the way was the concept of intersectionality that really connects climate with many other issues, from race, gender. And I think it really built our narrative as well on climate, because when you bring in other causes, or when you bring in the aspect of intersectionality, then it goes beyond emissions, it goes beyond carbon emissions, it goes beyond statistics, it centers people. And just to maybe share, remember when people really criticized Greta for speaking up for Palestine, I remember her saying something, so powerful, because people were saying that she's no longer an environmental activist and she's focusing on Palestine. And she said something along the lines of, how can someone care about the environment without taking care of the people in the environment? And I think for me, that really, it summarizes the connection of environmental activism, that if you are, an environmental activist, you should be able to say free Palestine. If you are, an environmental activist, you should be able to say Black Lives Matter, because all these things are interconnected. You can't show so much love for the environment without showing love to the people in the environment. Yeah.
And war is probably the biggest contributor to carbon emissions and environmental pollution. We have 5 more minutes left. Oh my God, can somebody choose for me? Please, Jen.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the panelists. This question is for Vanessa. I learned about your work about 6 years ago when you went viral after being a victim of racism from the Western media. And my question is, if you look around, we are in Trump's America. How hopeful are you that the United States has a role and the United States will play a role for these brave new futures? And just as a follow-up, what do you think those of us in the room should not be doing? Not necessarily what we should be doing, but what we should stop doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. When you say Trump's America, that sounded very funny. I would say it's challenging how the state of affairs is right now in the United States because, we have a whole president saying drill, baby drill, and stopping investments in renewables. And it's sad, we have people who are, bless you, we have people who are Christians supporting this, which I find really disturbing. Because I'm a Christian myself, and I just don't understand how someone can use Christianity to advance environmental destruction and, unleash massive fossil fuel extraction, well knowing the harm or denying the harm that this could cause. And it's really challenging. I find it very, very disturbing that the state of affairs right now in this country is very much driven by people who call themselves Christians, which is really, really hard. Even just getting here, it's much more, it's not just the environment and the impact, of course, the US drawing back on, its climate commitments. It's harmful for, the future, this brave new future. It's harmful. We cannot deny that. And we just have to, keep the other countries just have to step up, I would say, to take up this leadership on climate, even when, one country is moving the other way, but it does not mean that there won't be any harm to this brave new future. But it's not just the environment, it's, so many other things as well. Coming here was almost impossible because, you have to apply for a visa as usual, but now you have to, for some countries like mine, you have to post a bond. I had to post a bond of $10,000 to be able to get a visa. Thankful for the institute, they were able to support me with that to pay that bond. It's refundable, but it doesn't mean everyone can easily access that money, or the person inviting them is able to support with that. So I would say the institute really did a great part in ensuring that I make it here. So thank you so much, Deborah. I really appreciate that. But it's getting harder just to move, but also to advance climate work in the United States. I have some colleagues that I've worked with, and they are constantly in fear of their organizations being shut down anytime because, the man just wakes up and makes a decision. It's like he has a dream and he wakes up and just makes a decision that unfortunately causes so much disruption to everyone and, other countries as well. So it doesn't look good. we try to continue the work. I honestly don't know what you should stop doing because, I mean, you're here and it's hard to know what you shouldn't be doing because I don't know what you're doing that you should stop doing.
Thank you so much. At least my takeaway from this is, I mean, just not on climate, but also on AI and everything, because it is bleak, and therefore we have to be brave for the future. So thank you very much. And please also join me in thanking Vanessa and David.
And you.
Hi there, everyone. Our final session of the symposium is about the future of work. And it's wonderful to have Bayo and Suhani and Dean joining us. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you for being here all the way to the very end. And thank you to our colleague, Dean Carlin, who will be moderating the session.
Hi, everybody. So I guess let's start by actually just if you each talk a little bit about what your organizations do and what you're working on. Suhani is at the Maina Mahila Foundation, or is the best way of describing its foundation? Okay. And Bayu is at Data Science Nigeria and co-founder of Equalize AI. So if you could start by just telling everybody a bit about what Maina Mahila does, but then the one kind of question is basically, what are you scared about and what are you hopeful about in terms of how AI was going to influence the future of work?
Yeah, thanks, Dean. Thanks, Deborah. Thanks, everyone, for having us here. This conversation around future of work often tends to revolve around questions of how is AI affecting the future of work? Is it destroying jobs? Is it creating new jobs? And I do think about these questions, and I want to delve into this a bit more later. But the central question in a lot of my work is actually, who will participate in the future of work at all? And so I say this because I'm an economist, and I'm a social entrepreneur that runs Maina Mahila. And at MENA, we've worked with more than 2 million women across India. We have a platform that we've created for digital work called Rani Work. Rani means queen in Hindi. We want women to feel like they're building their own kingdom. We have about 8,000 women on this platform, and women have been doing work that helps them create training data sets that helps in the AI economy. As part of the research that I do at Stanford, now a lot of the work is, again, trying to understand what does the future of work look like? How do we get out of workforce populations to enter? And during some of the experiments that we've run and the work that we've done on the ground, what we've really found is that flexibility, which often seems like a job amenity to elite workers, possibly like some of us, is not just an amenity for a majority of the populations that are out of the workforce, but in fact is often the only way for them to enter the workforce at all. So I work a lot with women that are often constrained by caregiving responsibilities, by gender norms, things that they're not allowed to leave their homes for often, or not able to for whatever reason. In such cases, the future of work in terms of flexible, remote work, where they can choose when and how much to work and where to work from, is the only way they can actually enter. And we've done experiments where we even compare the importance of wages. How important is it to actually pay these women more money to be able to enter versus giving them more flexible jobs? And by far, flexibility matters way, way, way more. In fact, wages don't seem to matter as much for entering, but matter much more for retention. And so all of this is to say, there is a lot of hope when it comes to AI now, where these sorts of newer technologies may be enabling us to create more digital remote work opportunities, which could be amazing and incredible as opportunities for a majority of the workforce that hasn't been able to enter because of a lot of the additional traditional constraints. At the same time, it gives me a lot of worry and pause as we think about flexible work. It also could mean unpredictable work. It also could mean more precarious work, more exploitative work, it's much less stable, of course. it is more flexible, but in so many different ways, many of these populations may be even more sidelined, especially if they're not protected enough. And so as we design and see which of the two worlds AI is leading us towards, and maybe they're using AI to lead towards, the systems that we create, I think must solve for the three things that I'll share, some of which has come out of some of the research that we've done, some of the work that I've seen, and some things that I've read. First is we must redesign and repackage how work is delivered. So this is not just what is work and what is the work and the tasks and the jobs that people are doing, but really how is it organized in the first place? So when we think about flexible arrangements, we think about remote arrangements, we think about whether it's task-based design, but the actual design and who's designing it. Is it the employers? Is it a combination of stakeholders? What are the incentives in place to redesign work? Can we create more decentralized hubs that are located really close to people's homes so you can get the best of both worlds possibly? How do we create more hybrid structures? And all of these in ways that are actually very employer incentive aligned as well, and not imposing a lot of additional costs on employers, and at the same time allowing the labor supply side to actually be able to enter as well. The second is around skilling, which has been a huge question, training and skilling. How do we skill people for the future of work? This is a $1 trillion question. But one thing I think we do know for sure is it's not about skilling people for specific roles or tasks anymore that is going to be as important, but more so skilling them and training them for adaptability. So one must be prepared now to be able to do very different roles 3 months, 6 months, a year from now. And how do you develop the capability to adapt and the capability to be able to accept what gig work may even look like, what taking on temporary tasks and roles might look like, and then how do you switch between them? And the third is creating these kinds of social protection policies, protocols, standards in place that really formalize a lot of this sort of new types of and forms of work, rather than putting them, again, on sidelines and creating essentially more digitally mediated, informal work, which can create more precarious futures. So I think if we were to design and structure the work carefully, there is an hopeful future, even though I think we have not yet touched on what is the work, is AI destroying or creating jobs, but the design of the jobs would matter no matter what.
Thank you very much. I lead an organization called Data Science Nigeria, a Pan-African capacity building network focused on building digital talent for the continent at scale. Young people who are learning technology and then using that local context to build solutions for the continent. Secondly, I lead a company called Equalize AI. Just as it sounds, equalizing AI, making AI work for local context, making AI speak local African languages, making AI work for local people. Now, within that frame of reference, I'll be engaging your questions. So I'll be talking a lot from an emerging market reality, working from Nigeria, one of the biggest countries in Africa, which is a representative of the global south. Now, there's a balance here. There are a lot of reasons to have some fear as far as the future of work is concerned. Is very valid. The paralysis that comes from the fact that just last month in the US, 25% of job cuts were as a result of AI. That's a quarter of jobs. And then when I look at the emerging market where I'm from, where for many years our young talent relied on business process outsourcing. So these are jobs that are done in Philippines, in India, in Nigeria, a basic entry-level job, quality assurance, data entry, and all of that. Almost 40% of those jobs are gone. What used to be the entry level is actually now an exit level. So from day one, it appears that a graduate does not have a job in my part of the world. What they used to look up to seems not to exist again. And these are the reasons why we should be concerned and believe that there are many reasons to be concerned that AI is indeed has some inherent threat that we have to be aware of. But as we reflect on that, we also know that there are positive sides. The digital divide is transiting to digital multipliers. things that were difficult before, particularly in the informal sector, are now becoming easier. You know, when you look at financial inclusion, you look at agriculture, embedding basic AI into those traditional sector is opening up new opportunity, new work I imagine. So in those areas, if I go back to the popular, we see a lot of new things emerging, which agrees with a quote, a research work by World Economic Forum that says that by 2030, AI will contribute as much as $2.9 trillion to African economy. And it will take about 11 million people out of poverty. Why? Because it's going to help them to do much more. They will have access to everyday information that improves their knowledge level to be able to become more creative in their workspaces. You know, and that shared prosperity validates the fact that there's still positive side. And then when we talk about, you know, expertise distribution, which is an area that Africa is enjoying today through the power of AI, we do not have, for example, we do not have so many doctors. But now with AI, we can democratize that expertise, that a lower level medical personnel can function at the level of a doctor in a rural clinic because all the knowledge are being codified into an agentic system. So which means that those jobs are now taken by AI, but new opportunities are being created, you know, in one way or the other. So there is a balance that while we should be concerned about the fact that the future is bleak as far as AI is concerned, we also see the commensurate opportunity coming to create that balance. And that, for me, the whole balance is the place of agency, where we are not passive and we are not laid back. We intentionally own and shape that future, particularly from Global South, that we are not just a recipient, a passive recipient, we are intentional. Now, if I go to the popular quote that is always said, that AI will not take your job, is the guy who uses AI that will take your job. But it's funny to say today, the guy who uses AI is losing his job, even before the job comes. You know, it's a funny situational irony and a paradox, that the realities are upon us. And for that reason, being intentional, balancing the dividend and the disruption, ensuring that the degree of displacement is being matched by degree of preparedness, so that all that AI has to offer in shaping jobs, recreating jobs, are balanced within the context of shared prosperity that recognizes the peculiarity of each country. And for that reason, everyone can have something to do. And of course, all that means that the construct of work, which I believe we're going to unpack in this conversation, we also need to change. It's not what it used to be. It has to be flexible, just as you said. And that's why, for me, the same way we call man Homo sapiens, Homo erectus, I see man as Homo adaptors, an entity that can adapt. And that agency capability to adapt to emerging reality is what makes us unique. And that's why I believe that whether future of work is threatened or not, man has the capability to re-evolve and redefine itself to play well in the emerging space. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
So I have two follow-ups for each of you.
Yeah.
It takes a second.
There we go. I waited. You got to be patient. It's hard to be patient when talking about AI, isn't it? So I think I'm clear on the types of tasks that it said there's 8,000 women who are part of, right? What's an example? Can you give us a concrete example of a task that is going away, and one that's coming in that wasn't present before, that AI is kind of creating in terms of that shift? Because part of my question, and this is a similar question for you, but let me just start with that.
Yeah, so, and some of these tasks, as I'm talking, are also constantly evolving. So a task that we did starting 2023 involved a lot around speech recordings. So this is when voice AI is becoming more and more robust and trying to add more languages, more diversity to be able to cater to customers across the world in different countries. Given that in my context, India is one of the largest customers and players for, and largest markets for many of the large foundation model labs, the different Indian dialects were actually really important to help train these models. So an example of a task that a woman is doing is essentially on a smartphone, she is able to read scripts of her in her own language of various pieces of text. She records herself, and then that speech to text recording is essentially then submitted as a data set, as a data point. And then we create a data set with a lot of these different languages. Now we start to see that actually over time, demand for many of those languages, say Hindi, which was very needed in 2023, is now less needed because the models are already performing really well in Hindi. So when you think about other languages, let's think about Marathi or some of the second-tier languages in India that are used locally, they are less marketable, and so the market is smaller. You have to pay essentially workers less now for it as well because it's less valuable. And it may, again, go away. So even though it's like a temporary thing. So another task that is coming in now, so we've started now evolving, and this has been more of a recent demand, 2025, you'll see a little bit more 2026 and maybe 2027, and then again, likely to go away, is in robotics and physical AI. So now essentially, some of the same women are taking their smartphones, they wear headbands, and they are recording themselves doing domestic household tasks that are then being used to help train robots, humanoid robots. And so women are doing this right now across all kinds of household tasks. So we're seeing that women are doing this for, say, folding bed linen, for cooking, for cutting, for pouring water, the different types of dexterity that the hands and robots need and the different types of tasks. There's actually a pretty much unlimited number of hours of data that a single person can provide even in a single environment, which is actually superior to the type of work and the amount of work we could give to a single worker to do, given the variety of tasks. But again, we're going to see over time that the models will become good enough, and this type of household task may not be as relevant. We're already preparing the women, though, to now create crafts and other sorts of materials that are actually more complex for robots to actually understand now, and they want to build this over time. And those are likely to become even more specialized and needed in, say, 2027 or later. But again, we really can't predict, but these are specific types of tasks. There's a few other things that we're seeing haven't actually the demand hasn't changed for, it's just slightly evolved, especially when it comes to data labeling. I think there's been lots of talk of, well, I think a lot of these lower skill gig jobs and the training AI data space is likely to just go away, and it's likely to not be needed if AI is going to be as good. But actually, we've not seen that demand has changed hugely in data labeling. If anything, it seems to have only increased. So there's certain spaces that I think machines are not really good for still, but is overhyped. And so people tend to think of them as solved problems, but I think in the training data space, we understand that there's still a massive need. But the specific exact task would change. I hope that helps.
It does. And the way you talk about it, I can't help but be struck by all of the good examples feel very short-lived. Yeah. Doesn't that scare you?
Yes. Oh, yes. I think it also speaks to the, so we're working with a segment of people that have generally not much like additional upskilling or essentially a higher skill set. And so we're working with people that we're trying to understand what are the human capabilities that a person is bringing to the table that is of market value. And so when you start at that level, you're like, okay, well, if you're trying to get women that generally are very constrained, they can't leave their homes, they have all these caregiving responsibilities, what are they doing that can be monetized? They're cooking, they are watching YouTube videos on their smartphones, they are taking care of their children, they are doing household tasks, so essentially we went down this thing and we were like, okay, what are the skills that they possess? So they know how to speak a language. They may know how to sing certain types of local songs. They may know some oral traditions that maybe others don't know. And how do we now leverage that so that they can actually understand that they bring something of value? So we've been going down that, and then we've been essentially trying to match that with what the industry needs. So speaking a lot more to private companies, and trying to understand if there is a match. But it's definitely, I mean, language was a clear one, where they do bring a specific language that could be highly useful, but language is not going to be as useful going forward if all of those kinds of voices are now already in the system. And also the way that AI models are trained is that you don't actually need the same voice for more than, say, a few number of hours. You need diversity in voices. So for a single person, it's not really enough work per se. So we need to think about other types of work that supplements that. And I mean, one piece of good news-ish, I guess, in this is that we've given some women work on the platform. This was an RCT that we ran, but this was with about 4,000 women. Actually, 7,000 women, also in West Bengal. We ran the same thing also in Maharashtra. And we find strikingly similar results, which is that if you give a woman even an offer of just 2 months of this sort of gig work on their smartphones, you take it away yourself, and then you essentially ask the woman to see what she's doing on her own now. Like, is she now, these are women that have never worked before in anything. They've never earned income before. So now if just earning income for 2 months, what is it doing to their future, whether it's norms or take up of other jobs? And we're actually seeing that even 2 years, 3 years later, women are now much more likely to be employed in or take up work, even if it's part-time work, outside the home. So it's somehow getting women out and that taste of income and feeling that sense of agency. When we asked women in qualitative interviews, and we had 95 focus group discussions with the women to really understand in detail what was going on, it seemed to them it was not even the amount of money. It was the fact that I earned anything, and the fact that I gave my child what I wanted without asking anyone anything for help, that she wanted to feel again and again and again. And that was sufficient for her to now try harder, seek out more types of support, build a circle around her. They created so many WhatsApp groups amongst themselves, where women are now discussing all kinds of opportunities. We had women selling clothes to each other suddenly. They were like starting all kinds of things just because they were like, we need to continuously earn this kind of money.
So I'm going to come back to a follow-up question in a moment, but let's jump to Bayu for a second. One of the things that I was struck by in your description, so I have a two-part question. The first part is also about if you could give us some concrete examples of like specific engagements that your organization is working on in the same spirit that I asked Suhani. But I had this, maybe I misinterpreted, but my sense on the way you described the transition was a bit different. And I want to understand, is that just a reflection of where your group is focused? But I saw with what you described a shift in the very nature of the work. And actually, your description scared me more, because your description to me was more about AI opening up opportunities for entrepreneurs, for people who could actually really embrace the AI and use it rather than, and that's not a direct replacement for someone who was engaged in kind of a task kind of job where they might not have that initiative, they might not have that entrepreneurship. And so how are we thinking about that kind of mindset and personality? Because not everybody can be an entrepreneur. And so you created this gains, but not for the same people. Yeah. Whereas I've heard you describing more of a short run problem. Short run success, long run problem.
So I think the way we've seen it, the way we've seen it based on our learning in Nigeria and most of African countries is the fact that there are about 3 layers of evolution as far as AI and work are concerned. The first layer is what has been discussed, engaging everyday people in the creation of what will shape AI content. So largely image collections, speech collections, because AI must be able to speak our language, getting everyday people taking pictures of what they observe in their community. Maybe on a farmer taking a picture of a plant, an observable stain in the body and all of that, and labeling it in their local language so that we can make AI more usable. But like she said, those works are temporary, but they are very foundational. In order for us to create future opportunity, we should not see those things as temporary. We should see them as foundational. We must get some people into that initial job, even if that initial job is temporary. It provides a foundation for emerging market to be able to play. Because if I look at Africa today, Out of over 2,000 languages, only 45 of those languages are digitized. All the other languages are spoken. So if I want a local person in any other African languages to consume the knowledge that sits within ChatGPT, it's not possible, except I create an interface in their local language. And the way it works is that if AI speaks like me, I trust it. And if I trust it, I use it more. So the point of making the first layer of work is that we need a kind of work that is temporary to allow the low-income countries in Global South to lay their foundation so that people can build on top of that. Then the second layer of opportunity is work enrichment and deepening, which means that whatever you are doing today, you can embed AI into it. And that can create new opportunity for you. For example, there's a work we're doing with a global foundation around enabling small businesses to bring AI into their work, where they could do their inventory by just taking a picture. You take a picture can do an inventory for you, or you can use voice to manage your everyday accounting, especially for those who cannot read or write. They just vocalize their everyday transaction. I bought X at this price. I collected a loan of this price. And AI is giving you advisory services based on your context, using previous conversation and guiding you, making you to become more productive. And one of the things we have seen is that those segments that are productive are bringing more people to work. So their business is expanding, and they are bringing 2, 3, 4 people into work. That is another model in itself. So work's being enriched, being enhanced. And then when you look at certain verticals like agriculture, we're seeing AI being applied in the area of things like AI extension workers. Extension workers are very critical in the emerging market because knowledge of agricultural productivity are not what you Google online. They are things that somebody must tell you because people believe in people. If there is nobody in my community that is trusted who is telling me that if you add this fertilizer, you are going to double your yield, I'm not going to believe it. So we now see an emerging clusters called AI extension workers who are now working within the agricultural sector. It never existed before. Their job is to empower farmers to use the power of AI to optimize their yield, either understanding what pesticide, what fertilizer, what to plant, how to interpret seasonal changes, how to forecast weather. And for the last set of work that has been done, there is a proven yield coming through that integration of that work. So the story of how work will evolve or how it will grow will mean that we must lay the foundation, which means that some people must have a job that is temporary to lay the foundation. We're going to have a set of people that will enrich whatever they're doing, and in doing that, they bring new people to work. And then, of course, we're going to have the bigger layer where we're going to create new work that are AI-powered. But there's a higher level. The higher level is when we ask ourselves, is there anything more to work than all the sequence of routine work that we do every day? The whole theory of the unique human competences, where work is now defined by distributed competences, skill stacks that is ever evolving to meet needs. In data science Nigeria, we call it moving from codes to nodes. You are not just coding, you are a node, you are a magnet, you connect knowledge. You are not just an expert in an area, you combine best of all worlds to redefine what you do. And that for me is how we have to evolve, that you are no longer a one straight-jacketed expert. You are continuously an apprentice who is continually updating himself or herself to adjust to the demand of work. And that for me is the higher level, especially from an emerging market perspective.
I'm going to go the other way because I have a question to keep the continuity. I want to go to the agriculture example you just gave.
Sorry?
The agriculture example you just gave. One quick question. That's work with the data science group?
Yes, with a global organization.
And you've rolled out this, like an AI chatbot, basically. Okay. What are you doing to find out whether that's working or not?
We have an ML, monitoring and evaluation that was done to understand the impact as well. So it's not just dropping technology and go. It's a collaborative, community-based intervention that is sustained over a long period of time to really see how AI-powered extension work can enhance productivity and yield. So it's not just, and that's one thing about making AI really work. It's not drop and go. You have to stay and collaborate with the people because technology must be embedded in their reality. It's alien to them. They believe in a lot on their native knowledge. They will tell you that I know when it will rain. When mosquito is whoozing around me, I know it's going to rain because they use traditional observation. But when you're able to show them that you do not need to use those traditional observation again, you can just type on a phone or speak to a phone, and the phone will tell you when it's going to rain and when it's not going to rain. You know, when you're able to prove to them over time, they believe it. And that believability comes from collaborative presence. It's not just drop it from the sky. You know, it's not going to work. It's a collaborative engagement, and that is why the construct of agricultural extension worker that is AI powered is not just come and go. You are embedded in their world, you are enabling them, you are supporting them, and you are seeing the outcome. You are addressing their fears, and you are providing reason for them to trust the technology on an ongoing and continual basis. And that for us is what we have seen, that you have to be present to make technology work for people in low income so that we can create more work, you know, directly or indirectly.
So are you setting up randomized control trials?
Yes.
With
yes.
it?
Yes, we have a control group as well.
And then how do you, so two questions then on that. Sorry, it's just, I'll come back. But, you know, I'm reflecting on a chatbot that was tested in Kenya that was similar to what you're describing, but for entrepreneurs. And it led to no change on average, but it was because there was winners and losers. Because there were some entrepreneurs who got the information from the chatbot, used it, and took the advice in good ways, and off they went. And there were others that got the advice and did not. And they actually misapplied the advice, and it was actually, you know, the researchers were able to identify from the baseline the types of entrepreneurs that did well and the types that did badly. And one criticism that I've heard, not of the research, but of the, you know, kind of the, or challenge, I think is a better word for it, is that the iterative nature that's inevitable in the AI needing to go really, really fast, but the measurement to find out whether it's actually going to work by its very nature is long. So how are you, what's the, actually walk us through some of the dorky details of what are you actually testing? How do you set up the studies? How do you set up the timing of these to make it work to speak to some of these challenges that are unique to AI?
Yeah, so I think there are, like you said, there are many layers of measurement. There are short-term, there are medium-term, there are long-term. Long-term is the overall macroeconomic impact, you know, which can take time to see sustainably. But of course, we've been very keen and observed a lot of short-term intervention where what used to take me 4 hours, I'm now able to achieve it for 1 hour. As simple as I have my statement of account, I need a loan tomorrow. I can use AI to do basic profiling. AI can explain my statement of account to me in my local language and advise me on what to do, and I know what to do next day. And because I know what to do next day, I have access to capital to run my business next day. They might look small, but in an emerging market, that is the game changer. The fact that you have access to capital next day to be able to do what you're doing. Or the fact that prior to some of the work we've done in AI, the basis for evaluating the ability of a low-income person to access loan is the fact that you have certain information that is digitized over the years. But most of the people do not have digitized information that can be used to profile them for a loan. There's no credit scoring like we have it in this part of the world. So what do we now use? We use AI, take a picture of their farm, take a picture of their small retail store. You can quantify that and say, oh, based on what I'm seeing from the satellite image in your coordinates, you have a potential of attaining this level. So based on that, you can have access to this fund. And we have lenders who are using this innovative AI-powered model to be able to make capital available to these people. So the point I'm making is success is dynamic. Success can be defined in so many ways. But the immediate success we are seeing is people having access to capital, people being able to do their business next day, people being able to get things done better and faster. For us, these are early successes. But the long term, which is the area we are speaking to, of course, it's going to take time to see that because these people were enabled, augmented, given access to opportunity, what is the long term? And I think maybe we have to wait for 2, 3, 4 years to see what that becomes. But on the immediate term, the power of AI embedding into traditional informal sector is leading to increased productivity. And that fact is a strong evidence that there are opportunities in AI augmenting, enriching, and empower low-income people to do much more with life.
Dean, can I actually comment on this?
Go.
So actually,
Yes.
very similarly but different. So I think these are two separate conversations essentially around the effectiveness of these AI tools and how they can actually even create work opportunities. And then second is actually, there's a separate, in fact, I'll give an example from the healthcare sector, which doesn't directly lead to benefits in productivity terms that you can actually then pay the agriculture extension worker, for instance, in this case. And I think a question that keeps coming up is, in our emerging market type of economies where there are so many massive problems that we could resolve potentially with the help of people who can be assisted by AI, and then help resolve their own local problems. I think we have been trying to think about more and more of such solutions and across, I think, many of the emerging markets. But what seems to not have been understood well is who is paying for this workforce. And I think in this, so we tried with AI-assisted health workers. In fact, like a few years ago, when first the AI tools became sufficiently good enough, we started to work with, oh, now did the mic just turn on? Okay. Oh, it was, okay.
You gotta start over.
Okay. So in India's context, essentially, we were working with women's health already as part of some of the nonprofit work and under Mena Mahila. And as women, we work with women's sexual reproductive health condition topics. These are highly stigmatized. So if a woman has to talk about her body, her vaginal discharge, talk about the color of her discharge, or talk about how heavy or less her periods are, or how infrequent they are, she's not discussing this with anybody else. She's not going to a doctor unless it's an emergency. Often only during pregnancy does a woman actually even go to a doctor. And she's not even discussing this in her family or with her friends. And maybe she's Googling these things, and maybe she's getting all kinds of information. So actually, when chatbots came in or AI tools came in, it was a very easy use case that you're finding this private, anonymous sort of an information source. And it's actually likely that women would use it and actually have no other alternative. And so we started experimenting with this, and we were like, well, okay, now can women start using these AI tools and start asking questions? We started giving this on WhatsApp, so it was like very convenient for women to use, and we saw that women would not use it. It's like, okay, well, why are you not using this when this is so convenient, easy for you, and there are so many private questions that you have brought up with us in our separate sessions, in-person counseling sometimes. We've encouraged the women to bring this up. And it just seems that if women they have often never even thought about their bodies, they don't know what questions to ask. The AI tool is it's a very new concept that I can ask something as a question and have a conversation with this thing that's telling me something. And so then we had to essentially make them much more comfortable with it. So we added a human in the loop, and we added a very similar, like an AI-assisted health worker. So we're like, okay, well, we're already used to ASHA type of workers, which are in India's context, like health workers that go door to door. Maybe we just keep them or have a similar such workforce that's AI-assisted, that is going to the women now and is helping them understand what types of questions they can ask. And then ultimately, it's a private decision. The woman decides whether and how to ask these questions. Now, that seemed to work. In fact, it was working really, really well, but nobody would pay for it. And I think in healthcare, that is a really particular challenge. And we were like, well, this is not something that philanthropic funding can keep funding forever. And so with philanthropic funding did fund that for pilots and did fund that for ultimately 2 years. And we were like, who will take this up? Will this be the government? Government doesn't even pay the existing community health workers well. So AI-assisted health workers is definitely not going to be funded by them. Private sector players are only interested if you're also selling their products at the doorstep. And in this case, that would be opposite to what we're trying to achieve, which is we want to have private, non-judgmental advice being provided. We don't want to give you recommendations. You should take recommendations in the way that you'd like to seek them. And so there was really no fundable model for this, and we had to stop it. And so we were then finding ways. We were like, well, we want to now encourage this. And so we started involving now group-based sessions, but realizing that this can't scale up. Like if you were to scale this up in the context of India, which is extremely large, we have more than 300 million women without access to sexual reproductive health knowledge and services. So what do we do here? And now we are experimenting with more AI, with now voice AI ourselves, where we're trying to create as human-like of an interface as possible over call. So now a woman can connect over call with the voice AI agent, and then that automatically triages them online to a doctor as well. So if this needs now, if we triage this needs human intervention, it will go online to them. And that's kind of what we're experimenting with here. And then the doctor gets paid for treated services, and that's how we're paying the workers here. But we had really thought that the future of work could involve this AI-assisted workforce. And it would solve two problems at the same time. The problem of, say, the healthcare service delivery, as well as employment. But it doesn't seem to be working like that, especially in healthcare. But I'd be very curious, actually, in agriculture, where you see direct income benefit, then you can share a percentage of the income, and possibly that could work.
You kind of stole my question for you. What I was going to ask you, so I'm going to ask you now for another example, I guess. But I was going to, I mean, you answered some of the question, I guess, with what you were just sharing. The question was going to be, what's a challenge that you're facing or that you faced, could go either direction, where you weren't sure what the answer was and you set up, you mentioned that you set up a randomized trial. It wasn't, you didn't go into the details on what, so maybe it could be that. But the point is, where you weren't sure is, should I do it this way or that way? Here's a problem I'm having, and I want to know how to approach it. Or a problem that you're facing now, going forward, that is the one that weighs on you heavily, where you see a few different alternatives, and how is it that setting up a randomized trial could help you in ascertaining the best path forward? And so let me ask you that, and I'm just going to warn you, my next question for you, though, is going to be, I want to hear about failures. I want to hear about, you've told me about very lots of success. I don't want to hear about, not everything works, so I want to hear about your failures. But let's so I just want.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things. I think the most important challenge and the biggest challenge that I think about all the time now is, where is more work coming from? So this is a central piece of the question, where labor supply, and that's the side of people, like where are the people who need work and where are the people who can do the work? We have been working so closely in these communities that for us, scale, getting 50,000 people ready like in a week if needed is not a problem. We can do that. What we can't do is get consistent work for even like 1,000 people. So I think that is a constant struggle, and we've been trying to figure out what is the type of work. And when you think about BPO-like work, which is supposedly more longer term for an individual person, I think there's some mixed evidence on whether or not AI is actually taking up those jobs. There's a lot of hype about it, but in some cases, it's actually improving productivity. And even in India's case, we've seen that workers are not necessarily getting laid off, but they're getting enhanced and augmented by it. At the same time, like we do need to prepare for what's next, and that is not happening at the moment because of this lack of understanding of where are the skills, who's skilling, who's responsible for skilling. The government is already skilling people into all kinds of digital IT, all kinds of tools, but those are not very useful anymore because people aren't necessarily using those basic skills in these kinds of roles, and you need last mile delivery, you need expertise. How do you build domain expertise when you can't hire junior people as much anymore and you want all? So I think there's like a lot of questions coming in on that front, and where I think that this is just a really, really big concrete challenge. And I have some thoughts, some things that we're trying out. We're experimenting a lot. I'm spending a lot more time, and now that I'm based in Silicon Valley at least half the year, spending a lot of time talking to tech companies. Like, what are you thinking? And talking to researchers in the foundation model labs, and not just them, but application companies, because even the labs are selling to enterprises. So who's the final customer? Usually the final customer is, at the moment, it could be even the e-commerce delivery guys, and they're trying to use the voice AI tools. It could be the construction companies. It could be healthcare, hospitals, and firms, and trying to talk to those firms and understand their needs. There's the McKinsey reports. There are lots of reports that are talking about what are the industries that are growing. And there's some, I think, consensus that there's two types of types of sectors that are likely to grow quite a bit, which is especially more and more AI augmented industries is one side, and the other side is physical labor jobs, where caregiving, nursing are actually on the rise. And a lot of the out-of-workforce populations, like women that we work with, would actually be very well suited to do that kind of work as well. But it doesn't meet the norm constraints. They can't travel a certain distance. They can't do jobs that seem less dignified. There is not as much respect for this type of job, especially in many countries. More so in the US, there is a bit more respect, I think, but in a place like India, it's really not. And so people don't want to do those jobs. And so there is, in the logistics sector, I was talking to some companies at the in India that are hiring in logistics. There's more than 1 million vacancies right now. Each of the e-commerce delivery platforms, in fact, are hiring more than 100,000 people, and they primarily want to hire women, actually, so that they can boost their female customer base, who will only accept deliveries from female delivery drivers. Lyft has been trying to hire female drivers for a very long time, and is not able to meet their full demand. So there is a need for these sorts of jobs, but there's just this kind of a mismatch, and maybe some of this answer may have to do with figuring out how this mismatch problem can be reduced, and maybe that way we can figure out some of the work of the future. The other thing that is challenging, and I think we've tried to experiment on a little bit, is to your point on the study that you were talking about, where are these AI tools even useful at the moment on the ground? We're at the moment running an RCT, trying to understand to what extent and we have very specific outcomes here that we've had to come up with beyond self-reported measures of health, where we measure women's hemoglobin level at baseline, and then we're measuring it a few months afterwards. We're giving them iron tablets, and we're trying to essentially see simply, can iron tablet compliance increase as a result of not just providing, so we have a notification information only arm. Like, what if you don't have AI, you just had like a regular notification system, versus a conversation that you have with an AI. So not a menu-based system, but like an actual conversation, versus a voice AI agent who is actually talking to you more like a human. What is leading to potential, could it lead at all to any change in adherence or compliance to iron tablets? And then how does that, and we have a bunch of other outcomes that are now self-reported on healthcare utilization. We're offering people doctor appointments. Are these tools serving as substitutes or complements to existing care? And that would have implications, I think, also on what does it mean for the labor involved? And is it replacing people, or is it likely to add more? But we don't have answers.
It's fascinating. I'd love to hear the results when you have them. Let's go quickly, and then I know we have supposed to go to audience questions. I see a sign. So if you could quickly tell us about a failure and then
Good.
questions.
There's so many failures. And I think our success is actually in the failures because we're just being experimental.
Can't do that.
Yeah, our success is in the failures. Because we just have to do something. You know, it's a reality of a house is burning. You just got to step out. People are losing jobs from day one. So what do you need to do? So we know that certain things will not work. For example, we've done a lot of capacity building around some specialized AI skill set for many global organizations to reskill our young people. But we realize that the pace of automation is almost ratio 3:1 to the rate of reskilling. So even before the learners are ready to do the job, technology is already doing the job. So we realize that it's not just about the hard skill. What we call soft skill is no longer soft. It's going to be the hard layer of the new AI economy. Teaching scientists, young learners to build soft skill will be very, very critical. Emotional intelligence, empathy, critical thinking, judgment, relationship, connection will be more important. And we've seen that as a critical layer. Of course, in our initial theory, we felt just give them hard skill, but we need to add more. Because now that we are struggling for survival, we need to put everything together, both the hard and the soft layer, so that they are able to compete. But if all we have is just, I can code, I can do this, it's going to be a big chart. So we've learned that. And of course, we now have almost like 50-50 in our training curriculum, that as you are learning the technical skill, which is ever evolving, you are also learning the soft skill. The second layer is the fact that the knowledge today can expire tomorrow. So the whole construct of half-life, getting people to understand that the super skill you have today might become extinct the next day. And it's a mindset shift that we must embed into our learning. Because we've had learners who felt, oh, you told me to learn this, that I will get a job. And when it is time to get a job, I realize that there are no jobs again. So even though I promised you yesterday, but I can't guarantee you today. So you must continually self-evolve. And that, for me, is the new mindset of the future of work. It's no longer defined by a label or a job description. It's actually defined by how you continuously evolve, matching your competence to real-life opportunity that life presents to you. That's another area where we have learned very well. Third is in deployment of our AI solutions. Now, I come from an emerging market where internet is not pervasive, internet is not everywhere. We had made a lot of assumption that everybody has got smartphones, but the truth is more than 60% do not have smartphones in emerging markets. So how will those AI capability work for them to enrich their business or expand the opportunity within their current work? So we've learned that. So if you want to create for emerging market, you must understand their context. Oftentimes, a lot of developers or builders try to do copy and paste. Take something from Silicon Valley and bring it to a village in Lagos, Nigeria. We've learned that it's not going to work. We have to do bottom-up. I have to understand the context of the people, the local reality, and ask myself, do I need to have a solution that works on voice only, so which means that I can deliver AI capability by people making a phone call, not necessarily engaging an internet interface. How do I make it work? When it comes to offline, how do I deploy offline tools in communities that are solar powered so that they can enjoy the benefit of AI? We've made a lot of mistakes thinking everybody has internet, and of course we deploy internet-based solution, and it fell flat. So which means that we have to understand the context of the people. And the fourth learning we have made, people want to relate with technology that understand not just their language, but also their cultural context. In every language, there are boundaries of politeness. There are boundaries of ethical judgment and reasoning. If AI is not properly trained in those nuances, it's going to fail flat. And we've seen AI models that are just naturally labeled without the involvement of the language owner. So what are we doing different? In labeling our AI model to learn local languages, we're not just relying on linguists who understand the language. We're also bringing in the language cultural champions who understand that there are certain words that must be stretched for respect. There are certain intonations that demonstrate respect for the other person, so that AI model learns those things. Because the problem is, if they touch it once and it does not work for them, it's going to take a lot to get them to try it again. So you must get it right the first time. And that's why building AI model, not just AI model that understand language, but that understand dialect, accent, and cultural context, becomes our focus at Equalize AI. And that's why we're intentional about it. That it's not just AI speaking my language, but AI respect the boundaries, understand all the value drivers within our cultural reality, and is well grounded in what is generally acceptable within that community. And those are things we are continuously learning. But the truth is, there is no final, we have not yet gotten to that Eldorado. We keep evolving until we arrive there. Yeah.
Let's turn to audience. So, who has the mic?
Thank you very much for your very informative comments. And so my question is, I also tend to believe in the democratizing, equalizing power of AI and internet, and I really enjoy the examples that you share in India and Nigeria or Africa in general. And but a part of me wonder, is there an exploitative dimension to that? We know that a lot of the algorithms and models are trained in the global south, not because that we want their language input. We do, and I think that's a really good thing, but it's also because it's more, quote unquote, cost effective. So then is there, and how do you kind of deal with that? Is there an exploitative dimension in the, on one hand, AI is empowering these workers in the global south, but at the same time, it is also exploiting them at the same time. And relatedly, actually not extremely relatedly, why are we worried about people not having to work as much in the future? This is a room of workaholics, but most people would rather to not work than work. And so is there a version of the Brave New Future or a scenario in which the nature of work can be rethought, can be different? And of course, I don't mean that all the money go to AI execs, right? I mean that it's a philosophical question. Is this an opportunity to rethink work, the nature of work?
I can start. For your first question, the task type ends up mattering a lot for the exploitation that you might be referring to. I think there's a lot of news articles about specifically content moderation being a task that is extremely profane and like essentially makes a woman and actually destroys many families as well. We've seen a lot of issues coming up specifically with those types of tasks, and they are often also timed, and so it's not as flexible as a lot of the other tasks that we were kind of mentioning. So not necessarily, so that's not the language type of task necessarily. There, the populations are providing a unique input that maybe nobody else can. But for content moderation or many of the data labeling types of tasks even, there is no specific reason to ask populations from that place to do it other than often cost and convenience. And in those contexts, I think there's a lot more chance of exploitation. And that has definitely happened. It has happened in India. It has happened in many countries in sub-Saharan Africa. I think from what I have seen, there was even I think an RCT done recently with a particular company and looking at their workers, and actually found that the workers are now less satisfied. In some ways, they don't think that their work is very dignified as well. So there are definitely those kinds of cases. Does that mean that we don't provide this sort of work? Oh, does that mean that we don't provide any sort of data sharing work? Probably not. But that it does probably have, it further needs, like essentially calls for some sort of an intervention from government or some protocols to be in place of what can be outsourced, what can people in my country, or what are the types of tasks that should be given. We don't have that kind of regulation at the moment at all. And I think that's what's really, really missing. And that could really help and preserve and protect the populations in many of these countries. It still doesn't stop people from taking on whatever they can to earn money. I think that gets to your second question. I think in many of the contexts, and the people at least that I'm referring to and maybe Baye is referring to, is they really need income. So they want to work so that they can earn more per hour so that they can feed their family. And they've lost their other jobs, or they don't have a job and they don't know what they will do going forward. And so in that context, they will take on exploitative work. How do we protect them from doing that so that they can take on other types of work? We have to often also provide the alternative. And if they had an alternative, they probably wouldn't take up the exploitative work to begin with. And we start to see like the worse, the poorer parts of every country are doing the more exploitative work even now. I mean, in India, right, at the moment, the north in general is poorer to the south. And we see that a lot more exploitation of labor happens there than it happens in the south. And people from the north are now working in the factories in the south, where they may not be treated as well, because southern people are not willing to take that work on. And they're actually worried that as the north starts developing, where is the labor going to come from? India will need to start getting immigrants from other countries that are poorer. And so that's the nature of progress, I think. And so I don't know if it's like AI specific, but AI definitely adds a lot of this, like, it's just hidden work. It's now even more hidden, and we need to uncover it and try to protect it somehow.
I'll try to unpack the construct exploitative, which can be a very relative term, in another way. Currently, there is a lot of concern that people that are being engaged in speech data collection or image data collection tends to be on the paid versus developed market. Now, the theory there is relativity. Based on the work we have done, most data collectors in Africa or in Nigeria collect far more than the average wage or even the white-collar job. Because we have to have that relativism, because certain things can be overblown out of proportion, so which means that there must be certain balance. And like she said, these are people prior to that time never had a job. And now you are giving them an opportunity to become and AI-powered extension workers working with farmers to show how AI can be applied to improve their productivity. They never had that job. And what they're earning may not be the same as what is expected in Silicon Valley, but relative to the market where they are, is almost 50, 100% higher. And some of those works were also facilitated by a lot of global development agencies, Gates Foundation, MasterCard Foundation, who funded most of the project around foundational data collection. And one of the mandatories around that is the fact that there is transparency, respect, and proportionate payment relative to the market earning power. And those are essentially preserved. So the point I'm making is the word exploitative in the context of compensation must be very clear. The second part of it, which is one of the things we have also learned, is that in the construct of bringing people to build foundational layer of AI model, learning local language, engaging people for data collection, we need more transparency. People must understand that they are doing a social investment work that is more than what they're earning. And that's why we work a lot with communities. And before we start the work, they understand that we're collecting your voice. And what you're doing is beyond how much we're going to pay you. It's the fact that you are laying foundation for many people in other areas who can talk to a virtual being, and the virtual being can guide them on how to increase their yield. This is what we are building. So people understand the value of what they are creating, and they take pride of place in being part of those conversations. So there's a lot of balancing. It is when I just go in there and people do not know what I'm doing with them, it can also become exploitative. So transparency, accountability in how we collect those data, I think to a large extent, limits the whole weight of exploitation as it is being communicated in most quarters. That would be my thought on that. Yeah.
Very, very fast. Thank you so much for your remarks. When I was listening to your panel, I thought about the website, I guess you know about it, Rent a Human, where humans are being referred to as meat bags. And I just couldn't, stop thinking about it. But to you, Suhani, and my question actually goes to you, you kind of touched in the end of your response on that there is opportunity for human-powered, right? What can humans do that AI cannot? Take care of other humans, right? You did mention that the support of taking care of elders, taking care of people who cannot take care, right? Doing it in a dignified way, right? Is there, I'm gonna throw a huge curveball on you, fix culture now in 30 seconds and say how we can do this, or maybe do you see any opportunity, for AI, right? If you're talking AI, but maybe not actually, maybe we need to stop slapping AI on anything and just have people empowered with work without the slap of AI, right? But do you see any opportunity to maybe encourage with new tools, current tools, AI tools, maybe for these women and other people travel safely, re-advertise this work as taking care of others as maybe the most prestigious, I would argue, work and the most dignified, much more dignified than what's actually being done now. And I know, 30 seconds, solve the whole culture and issues. But because you touched upon that, and I found it so beautiful and empowering, maybe you have thoughts about that.
Yeah, very briefly, and thanks for that question. I think if this was paid really, really well, how Handyman, there are these cartoons, but in the US, Handyman's getting paid now $200,000 or so because they're going to become so important. If something like that were to happen, and this type of work is taken up by, say, more educated women even in that context, and it creates this norm and this culture that actually this is an aspirational job, absolutely. I don't see why this is not possible, even for a small segment of the population. Even then, that's a very large group of people. And in the context of India, even getting 1% of people in is like getting 2 or 3 million people who are out of the workforce right now in, and which is really large. And then that creates a lot of other cascading effects because it grows the economy and that has other effects. So absolutely, I think we need much more of that. And I don't know why we don't have more of these discussions of how do you make this sort of physical labor work more culturally appropriate and dignified. I think that's just very challenging to do, and that's why I think it's taking a lot of time and not any concentrated effort. And who takes ownership of doing this? think is a question.
Okay, I think we have a topic for the next panel on universal basic income. Will it solve this? And is there a will and a way from the people with all the money? Thank you both. Thank you both very much.
Just to thank you so much for this panel and a wonderful end to the symposium. Thank you so much to all of our symposium speakers who have come here from very far and sometimes very close to provide us with all sorts of incredibly interesting ideas about the future. So thank you to you all.